Good morning. Hello, everybody. It's the Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, and all the podcast platforms. Good day to mention the app. Tomorrow we'll do Here's the Thing. So please download the app, and you can leave us a little message about what you think about us or something going on in Seattle sports or whatever it may be, a little voice message, and we'll play them tomorrow at 8 o'clock. That's what we do. Maura devised this, and it's gone great ever since she did, so please send us a little something. It's good to have the app, especially over the last couple of days with breaking news. It seems like every few minutes you get little alerts designed to specifically for you and Seattle sports fans. So it's great to have. Just go download the Seattle Sports app. And then, yes, I mentioned the podcast. We do have some new podcast reviews. I've got 3 new podcast reviews. Would you want to? Some of them are kind of long, so I may have to kind of skip through them. And I'll get to the good. The third one's really the best. The third one's the 1-star. Here is a very nice 5-star review, although it does say awesome, if annoying. Which I think is funny. Brock and Salk have developed an excellent rapport over the years as they present various Seattle sports topics and opinions, mostly Seahawks and Mariners. Salk is at times extremely annoying, especially when in what are we talking about mode, but his endearing qualities win out, particularly stories about his family, self-deprecation, camaraderie with his guests and co-hosts, and true passion for sports and highlighting the compelling storylines therein. And he has many great insights because he doesn't just echo the predominant opinions of others and has sufficient self-esteem to withstand criticism and still be himself. Some call that ego, but you can call it self-esteem if you prefer. Brock is sincere, adept, brings his experience as a professional athlete plus TV color commentator and family business angles to his contributions on the show. Maura, Lyle, and repeat guests like G. Scott are excellent, and their individual personalities come through. It goes on and on and on from there, but really nice. Blessings to the whole crew and keep up the good work. Thank you. That's very nice. Jeremy J. Drums. We appreciate that. Professor John says it's an essential morning listen. You don't even have to listen in the morning. This is a podcast that he's reviewing, so you can listen anytime. It's been a staple for my morning drives for years. They offer fair and thoughtful insight into our local sports and do so without the bombasticness that we see in so many other sports shows. Well, that's nice. As a lifelong Seattle sports fan, I love the Brock and Salk boast hosts from each coast. Brock, being from Puyallup, gives him lifelong experience and insight into the region and what matters to us. Salk, being from Boston, brings us a point of view that isn't just the expected homer approach. Both are knowledgeable, and they balance each other well. Their team is great, too, always has been. Maura and Lyle are similarly insightful and balance the team with their own style and sense of humor. They have interesting guests, skilled interviews. Their replay of the previous day's guest at 6:30 is appreciated since my commute runs during their first hour. All right, well, thank you. That's very nice, Professor John. I'm glad you like the replay hour. And Lyle's insights are front and center today, as he was dead right about Haesung Kim, the Korean import this year that Lyle wanted no part of for the Mariners. How many times did Lyle say? Now, by the way, this is not Haesung Kim, who played with the Padres last year and has been pretty good. This is Haesung Kim, who's new to the Major League Baseball, came over this year and was talked about as an option for the Mariners to play second base. And Lyle said, nay, no way. This guy stinks. And what happened yesterday, Lyle?
Dodgers announced he just ain't ready for big league action. So for reasons that are not injury related, they're totally performance related.
Ooh.
He'll be starting the year in AAA Oklahoma City.
That hurts. They
gave him 4 years on that contract.
They don't care. They don't give a crap. They just throw money around. Doesn't really matter. But yes, good job by you. So far, anyway, you were taking a little victory lap on Haesung Kim. Nice job. And then here is the 1-star review I thought you guys would like from XDFGNHJK. Do you think that person just made that up for this? Do you think they just hit a couple keys on the keyboard just for this review?
That sounds like a burner name.
This one says, Lyle, stop reading ratings. Reading your ratings to start a show is not sports. It's petty, unprofessional, and for those who want sports, not good. Please do better. The market deserves better. Wow. All right. Well, I appreciate the constructive criticism. Thank you. We'll be done for the day. But I appreciate you leaving a review, even if it was only a 1-star and made up name to make a point about how you don't like the start of these shows. I enjoy it. I think it's fun to see what the people are saying. C360 says, "Who did you pay for these reviews?" Well, I didn't play XDFPRQW anything for that one. I'll tell you that much. I have that kind of cash. All right. Well, you want a sports conversation. Let's see. This isn't nice. Salk skipping vacations for a whole quarter. Those reviews had to cost a pretty penny. Jeez. The shots fired are ridiculous. I read this morning, and I thought you guys might find this interesting. It's a tweet from yesterday afternoon, and I found this on our website, mynorthwest.com, so on our sister website for Cairo News Radio. And it says, "Could Seattle fans have at least one pro team willing to spend money to get better? We swapped one frustrating goodish quarterback for another. Got him cheaper and with a draft pick. Great. But where's the O-line? Best options flying off the board, and we will need more than one wide receiver." Any chance you can guess who that comes from?
G. Scott?
Nope.
Oh.
Well, that was going to be my guess.
No, it's not from G. Scott. This one made me laugh because it's from Congressman Adam Smith.
Oh. I was going to say, that actually didn't sound like G's take on it, but I just was trying to think of someone that works on the news side that likes sports.
No, that's from Congressman Adam Smith of the
right.
9th District.
He's taken shots on Twitter before.
Is this a thing for him? I didn't realize this.
Yeah, let me find what he said.
I don't follow our local political scene that closely. I know not that much about Adam Smith. I kind of know roughly the area he represents is sort of Seattle, Bellevue, and the South. He's not my representative, so I don't get a chance to vote for him or research him much because I don't live in the area that he represents. But I was pretty blown away when I saw that level of critique. That's not like something you see every day from a local politician. If we swapped one frustrating goodish quarterback for another. Is that what happened? Is that what they did? Is that how you view yesterday or the last few days? Did they swap one goodish quarterback for another? Cheaper and with a draft pick. Kind of.
I mean, it's
not wrong.
I can't really argue that. I think we're just hoping that this good-ish quarterback fits Kubiak's system in a way that maybe Gino didn't.
Yeah.
And he's a little cheaper and you got a draft pick. But yeah, I mean, it's not inaccurate.
It's not inaccurate. I don't know whether it sums up my feelings. Actually, and I'm sorry, I've lost my voice a little bit today because I was coaching Cecily's basketball team yesterday, and I was yelling and screaming and cheering as they went on to a big win. But I have lost a little bit of my vocal emphasis and volume today more. My volume control is a little off for different reasons. I came in actually pretty positive, and you'll hear I have some real optimistic takes on kind of where this is going. But I can't shake that kind of initial view because that's kind of what I felt like. Like, hey, if you're going to do this, great. I didn't mind. I don't know that I put any of this to do with money. Maybe he does. I don't see money as the issue. I don't see this in any way as a team unwillingness to spend. But my initial reaction when I heard Sam Darnold was like, all right, well, that's sort of Geno-ish. They're similar. But here's the thing. If you're going to go with similar, don't you at least want it to be cheaper and with more draft picks? And there's a way of looking at this where you say, all right, you go from you basically trade Geno for Darnold for the same money, but in a bigger cap environment, so a smaller percentage of your cap. You're getting a similar quarterback, right? Similar skill for quote unquote less money just relative to the amount that you can now spend. And you trade your wide receiver for a second and third round pick. What if you view it that way? That's kind of what they've done, right? I mean, I know that's not the way they got there, but that's sort of what they've done. They've swapped quarterbacks who are in the same tier. Maybe you can make the argument. We heard it yesterday. Some people think Geno's better. Some people think that Darnold is better. They certainly have some different skills, but they're in the same tier of quarterback, somewhere in the middle, at least right now. Geno's done it for longer, but Darnold is younger. Like, there, you could kind of make different arguments to balance that out. Okay, fine. So you've swapped quarterbacks in the same tier, gotten younger, and you're spending less. Okay. I mean, that in and of itself should be a good thing, even without getting a draft pick, right? Getting younger in the same tier and spending less at quarterback for the same product should be good. And then you trade DK Metcalf for a second and third, which was about the value that we thought he was going to get before it ended up being a late second, right? Or ended up being a late second. Okay, so you get a second and third for your wide receiver. Now you can go probably spend one of those two picks to replace him. That's fine. You get an extra pick to do something else with. You're going to spend a lot less money on that position, which is a great thing. All you got to do now is figure out what to do with some of that money you're saving. Now, I know some of it is going to go to the guys that are already here, Cross, etc., but that's why this whole offensive line thing is a little frustrating. That's supposed to be the last piece of the puzzle here. And I know that, and I saw Brady's tweet last night, basically saying, yeah, I don't see the Seahawks spending any money now on a guard until it's at the very end of free agency on some older veteran. They don't think that the remaining guys are worth it, which is what I was saying yesterday. This guy's not worth it for this reason, and this for that reason, and this for this reason. I know, you just cross them all off. And they didn't want to go 5 years with Will Fries. Okay, well, maybe he's not the right guy. But part of the whole idea of saving the money, both at quarterback and at wide receiver, is to spend some of it on the offensive line, to move around your resources. Maybe this isn't the year to do it. Maybe it happens next year. John would know a whole lot better at that than I would. And you can obviously roll over some of that cap money. But you got to finish that plan in order to make it make sense. And if you do all of that and you finish spending that money, whether it's this year or next, then I think at that point Adam Smith is wrong. You didn't just swap one frustrating goodish quarterback for another. You took the getting him cheaper and with a draft pick and did what you were supposed to do with that, which was fix the offensive line that he's talking about in the wide receiver room. Those are pretty easy to do. You just got to do it. We'll come back with everything you need to know next.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand.
How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought?
Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike Macdonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the mountains or go pick up your dry cleaning?
RV wins!
Are we cleaning the gutters or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Are we getting a new passport or cruising up the coast?
RV wins!
Don't forget, you got that trip to Sweden coming up.
Oh, yeah, passport, then RV.
Yeah!
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states and situations.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/choice55 to learn more. With AutoPay plus taxes and fees, plus $5 per line without AutoPay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. Motorola Edge on us with 24 monthly bill credits and new line for well-qualified customers, plus tax and $35 per line connection charge. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, Buc-ee's has you covered with available financing. For oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance, it's Buc-ee's Complete Auto. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Buc-ee's.com for the location near you.
Stream every Seattle sports show with the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center. Get new videos, podcasts, and articles on the Seahawks and Mariners from your favorite Seattle sports personalities daily.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BUY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BUY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the third highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
I just had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection on my roof because I wanted to be proactive and handle any small problems before they became big problems, and they were extremely professional with their communication and recommendations. You really need an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on mine. Allow them to work for you, too. You can find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Luxury awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, where comfort meets elegance. It's Mike Salk here, and this summer you can experience breathtaking Cascade views, world-class dining, and of course the best entertainment. Elevate your next getaway by combining effortless style with the utmost in relaxation. The Hotel opens this summer with deluxe king and 2 queen rooms, premiums, grand suites, signature suites, and the breathtaking views of the Cascades and the Snoqualmie Valley. For more details, go to snocasino.com. Seattle's closest is now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, compensatory picks became official yesterday. Seahawks will have now 3, so a 4th, 2 5ths. That's a little better than what had originally been predicted, so I guess good news there. Ultimately, it means they right now have 10 picks in this year's draft. 5 in the first 92. We've talked about that a lot. Those are the first 3 rounds, plus a 4th, 2 5ths, a 6th, and a 7th. So just to run it all down. A 1, 2 2s, 2 3s, a 4, 2 5s, a 6, and a 7. It's pretty good. and gives you a lot of opportunity for movement. If you do want to get into next year's draft more, which I do think would be a good idea, you've already got the 10 picks. So it's not like you need to trade down and bring in more picks for this year. I think you're in pretty good shape to look for picks next year if there's an opportunity to do so. Slightly slower day in free agency yesterday. Most of the biggest names have come off the board, not all of them. Fortunately for Seattle, the guard market does remain soft, which could work in the favor of the team, but also might be a comment on the type of talent that's available left. And Brady Henderson pointed that out, that there's not like a tremendous amount of great offensive line talent left, and the Seahawks may decide to wait it out and just address that position through the draft. Ultimately, we're trying to figure out where the team is going. Mark Schlereth joining Wyman and Bob yesterday. Hold on. Let's get the computer up. Try again.
It'll be interesting to see how Macdonald kind of operates this, but certainly from the outside looking in, I don't know him and I have never sat down with him, but on the outside looking in, man, like it just feels like that dude knows what he wants, how he wants to build a football team, and it does feel like the two of those guys, he and John Schneider, are in lockstep on the way they want to build this thing. And I think the trading of Geno Smith and and getting draft picks and the way they're going to build, like I feel like they have a plan. And, they're executing that plan, which is cool. It's cool to see that.
I would agree with all of that. In terms of remaining guards, Mekhi Becton, Kevin Zeitler, Tevin Jenkins, Brandon Scherf, they probably would lead the pack. But legitimate question, are any of those guys better than Laken Tomlinson, who we had here last year? I don't know. I mean,
I think so.
Becton sure seemed like it, but Tomlinson did sign a one-year deal yesterday in Houston. Meanwhile, reports did come out yesterday from Corbin Smith that the Seahawks had similar money on the table for Will Fries, but were only willing to go 3 years instead of the 5 he got in Minnesota.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Full day off yesterday for the Mariners, or at least close to one. Bryce Miller did want to stay on schedule, so he threw in a B game. So Brian Wu will be back on the hill today as they host the Royals. Good news on Mitch Garver. He was hit in the hand, if you remember, a couple days ago, interrupting his torrid start to the spring. X-rays, though, showed nothing broken, so hopefully just a little time off to rest and let it heal, and he can get back on track. Some cool new offerings at the value menu. Did you see this for Mariners games this coming year? I happened to notice this yesterday. If you're into the value menu for your kids, they're adding Pocky Sticks, actually one of my kids' favorite things, jalapeno popcorn, Little Bites mini muffins, and Tostitos and guac snack packs. Those will all be on the featured menu for those of you who bring kids to the games, plus $8 craft beers, 3 new NA beer options, which I know my wife and I will be kind of excited about, and then a new post-game power hour, which will be at the box yard across the street. So some new value menu and value items for Mariner fans this year.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Well, the remains of the Kraken soldier on after the 3 big trades took away quite a few players on their big roster. They split the weekend on the road, as you know. They return home now to see the Montreal Canadiens tonight. Ron Francis has been trying to explain what it is the team is up to.
This is not a rebuild. We think we've got a lot of pieces in place. We think we're a lot closer than maybe some other people think we are. And with the assets now in the cap space, we think we can push that along hopefully a little quicker.
I mean, I guess you didn't trade McCann, and you do have some assets, but as of now, what you have are draft picks and good players. How are you going to turn at least some of those things into a great player? Got to have somebody great on this team. They have yet to do that. Until you get somebody great, I don't know, it's hard for me to believe you're not in some sort of a build or rebuild mode. That's everything you need to know. 1/4 every hour here in the Brock and Salk Show. Say what you want about the Mariners. They have great players on their team. They may not have as many as we'd like, and they may not have balanced out the roster the way we wanted to, but they've got great players. Logan Gilbert's a great player, right? Brian Wu showed last year he was a great player. Oh, every one of their pitchers at various points you could call great players. Julio Rodriguez has the ability to be a great player, and at times has been. They've got great players. Cal Raleigh is a great player at his position. The Kraken don't have anybody who's a great player. You've got to get a couple of great players if you want to be a great team. That's pretty Pretty simple. Okay. Speaking of great, how about great guest? Todd McShay came on yesterday and gave great guest. He was awesome. Took us through a lot of what the Seahawks may be doing now, and maybe even more so what they'll be doing in April at the draft. Stick around. You'll hear from Todd next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
A massive weekend for the Seattle Seahawks. We have basically a new look team to talk about. Bump, when I left the office on Friday, Geno Smith was still on the team. DK Metcalf was still on the team. And here we are now talking about a team without both of these guys. What was your reaction to the news?
I was shocked. It was interesting, but now I'm looking at this ball club and I'm thinking, no Geno, no DK. What is this thing going to look like?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name. It's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off through March. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Sparta's Pizza reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Sparta's Pizza and Spaghetti House. Serving the best pizza in the universe. Come visit them in Linwood, Bothell, Mill Creek, or online at spartaspizza.com.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent are required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text KING to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text KING to 42424. That's KING to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Every window tells a story, whether it's watching your kids play outside or enjoying a beautiful sunset. This is Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. Our replacement windows are designed to frame those moments. Brighten your home with our exclusive offer. Buy 3 windows and get 1 free. Call today to take advantage of this limited deal. 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors, held to a higher standard since 1968.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
The nonprofit Puget Sound Senior Baseball League plays real baseball on the best fields. Adults ages 18 to 65 and older are invited to try out for the PSSBL this Sunday, March 16th at Hogan Park at Russell Road in Kent. With 10 divisions featuring different age and skill levels, there's room for almost every ball player, from ex-Little Leaguers to high school and even former college and pros. Get all the info at PSSBL.com. That's PSSBL.com.
The Cantina at Silver Reef is an experience for your senses. The smells, the sounds, the flavors is a night you deserve. Experience the experience at the Cantina at Silver Reef today. Serving traditionally inspired dishes made with the finest authentic ingredients. This is one experience that you can enjoy more than once in a lifetime. Experience it today at Silver Reef Casino Resort in Ferndale, Washington. And visit our website, silverreefcasino.com, to check out our menu.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Todd. You love that, don't you? It's the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710. And yes, Todd McShay joining us now. And if you are watching on video on the stream, either on the Seattle Sports app or on YouTube or wherever you like to find that, you can see Todd McShay. Hi, Todd. Good morning.
What's up, guys? It's been a long time. Brock, Salk.
The pride of Swampscott.
Like 4 or 5 years.
The pride of Swampscott.
Hey. Swampscott.
Swampscott. Depends who you ask.
You're trashy in the state of Massachusetts if you call it Swampscott.
Yeah, well, I'm trashy in the state of Massachusetts anyway. I think lots of people would already say that about me. Depends who you ask. All right, so good morning, Todd. What did you make of these last few days for the Seahawks? Geno out, Darnold in. What do you think?
I like it. Let me preface all of this. I think I've thought for a little while now that Geno Smith is kind of, and I don't know, Brock, if you agree, kind of criminally undervalued and underrated. With that offensive line, yes, he's had weapons, but with that protection, like 8,000 yards the last 2 years, 41 touchdowns, whatever the numbers are. I really appreciate him as a quarterback. When I watch him and study him, I really appreciate the way he plays the game. However, you're John Schneider, right? And you're looking at the whole equation. And you've got a 34-year-old quarterback in Geno. You've got DK, who's, kind of ready to explore other options. Tyler Lockett up there in age. And you're saying to yourself, we got to get younger. We've got to get younger on the offensive side. Maybe we're not 1 year away. Maybe it's 2 years away. But we've got to rebuild this thing. And I just go back to when John took over. And I've known John for a long time. Like Jim Nagy and I worked together, the former executive director of the Senior Bowl, and they worked together. John and Jim did in Green Bay. And John grew up in an organization that believes heavily in drafting, creating the foundation, building your roster that way with the Packers. And he brought that with him to Seattle. Remember those first 4 drafts, like 2010, 11, 12, and 13?
Oh, yeah.
He had 9, 10, and 11 picks in those 4 years. Throughout his entire tenure in Seattle, only 1 year has he had fewer than 8 draft picks. That's his background, if you will. And so I look at this, and it's not because I'm sure you guys hear it. I'm sure people in Seattle are like, we're tearing this thing down. We're completely rebuilding. I don't look at it this way. I think it's smart roster management. I think it's looking for opportunity to build for the future. You just went from 34 years old to 27 at quarterback. You got rid of a quarterback who's outstanding, but you did so bringing in a quarterback who last year played to that kind of level, and the hope is he'll continue to play to that level and be able to finish the season better than he did this year. But by reducing 7 years on that quarterback, you now have a little bit of time to build this the right way. And they also, the most important thing is, in those drafts I talked about, the first 3 years as the GM, he drafted 8 Pro Bowlers with all those draft picks. And then 4 years in a row with the numbers that he had, they wound up going and winning a Super Bowl. So I think John's kind of like, let's go back to our roots. This is what we do. Let's bring in a quarterback that allows us to be younger, gives us a couple of years to stack draft picks. And right now they've got 11 picks, according to my count. I think that's right. Mm-hmm. And compensatories haven't come out, and they've got 5 picks in the top 92 in a draft that's not loaded at the top, but because of NIL, some lingering effects of the COVID redshirt years, and the transfer portal. It's like this perfect storm where the depth of this class is really good in rounds 2 through 4 or 5. I think he's viewing this as an opportunity to get younger on the offensive side of the ball. They're going to focus on offensive line, wide receiver, and a few other positions.
So let's say they do all that and he nails it. Mm-hmm. They become a Super Bowl worthy kind of a roster. If and when they make the Super Bowl, is Sam Darnold their quarterback, or is it because they've also drafted along the way the next franchise quarterback for this franchise?
I view Sam Darnold I think the plan was, and I haven't talked to John about this, but I would assume the plan was that they felt really strongly they could bring in Sam Darnold. And if that's plan A and they executed it, they no longer have to be in the quarterback market. Now, like any good general manager, if someone's sitting there in round 2 or 3 that you have a really high grade on and you think, let's bring him in and we'll develop him. They did that with, was it Matt Flynn, right? And Russell Wilson.
Same year.
Matt Flynn was supposed to be the guy. And then they drafted Russell Wilson in the 3rd round. We hope that Russell Wilson can be what we hope he can, we expect him to be. But we've got Matt Flynn here too. So I don't think they would turn down an opportunity, but I truly believe they're out of the we need to draft a quarterback market. Now, had it been plan B with like an Aaron Rodgers or, a different veteran, which is kind of a more bridge the gap 1 year type of deal, then absolutely we're talking about them at 18. Are they moving up? Do they like Jackson Dart from Ole Miss? Tyler Shuck, I think is very much underrated as someone they're going to target late in the 1st, early 2nd. So that would have been the conversation. That to me is out the window because you got 7 years younger at quarterback.
5 of the top 92 picks. Todd McShay here with us this morning for the first time in way too long. 5 of the top 92. Can you find a starting plug-and-play guard and maybe another quality offensive lineman in one of those 5 of 92 picks?
I think absolutely. I mean, it's not a sexy pick, but best case might be the Tyler Booker from Alabama, the highest character player according to several personnel people I've talked to in the entire draft if he falls to 18, but I don't know that he'll be there, and he's a guard. But that tells you if he's not there at 18 how highly regarded he is. But beyond that, like Donovan Jackson from Ohio State, who kicked out from guard his entire career to left tackle and held up pretty well this past year, would be an option early round 2. Gray Zabel from North Dakota State has a sensational. He's another North Dakota State guy, went to the Senior Bowl and blew up. Some people are talking maybe late 1st. I think he could be there somewhere in the 2nd. Marcus Bow from Purdue, a tackle, can kick into guard. Very athletic, still developing. Tate Ratledge from Georgia. There's a lot of quality guards in this class. And then some of the tackles potentially could kick inside the guard as well. I think John realized the positions we need, there's a lot of depth in rounds 2 and 3. Wide receiver, guard, tackle, and then a couple other of the spots. But I truly believe you take the best player at 18, and hopefully it fills a void. But with those 4 picks in round, what is it, 50, 52, 82, and 92?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, so those are 4 really important picks for Seattle, but they're also in areas of the draft where I feel like you're getting better quality than in most years.
But Todd, you got to understand, you talked about Geno earlier, criminally underrated, especially with the pressure in the O-line and everything else. There's many, maybe some in this market, certainly some national voices that would be very concerned about starting a rookie guard or counting on a rookie offensive lineman. What has history shown with first and second round offensive guards through the years, Todd? Can those guys legitimately, truly come in and be difference makers? Not just placeholders, but can they come in and be difference makers if they're taken with that kind of value?
I think it's actually, to be honest, gotten better. I mean, I can remember 10 or so years ago where that you would worry about that, but you're seeing a lot of guys just plug and play. I think the other thing with offensive linemen, just like a lot of other positions, guys are playing more ball and coming in with more experience, more games started because of the NIL, because of the transfer portal to a lesser degree with offensive linemen. But I look at all these guys like Booker, a lot of games at Alabama, Donovan Jackson, the versatility he showed this year, a lot of wars he battled, Gray Zabel, like all of those guys. They're not like – we used to have a lot of guys where it's 3 years in college, 2 years as a starter coming in. We're seeing a lot more 4 years in college, 3 years as a starter, and that 1 year can make a huge difference.
If you decide to go defense at number 18, which I would not mind, obviously, the offensive line is the big need, but you got a chance to maybe turn this defensive front seven into something great with another either interior D lineman or an edge rusher, or is there somebody in that 18 range who could help make that group even better than it is?
I look at the interior defensive line. It is loaded with a lot of players. Like we start with Mason Graham from Michigan, right? Kenneth Grant to me is the second best defensive tackle. He's a teammate of Graham's at Michigan. After that, I think that we're going to have a little, because everyone's going to be like, wait, everyone was pumping this interior defensive line group up. It's supposed to be one of the best we've ever seen, but it could be until the second round when they start really coming off the board. And that's where I think like Derek Harmon, late first from Oregon, Darius Alexander, late first, early second from Toledo, Walter Nolan, Ole Miss, TJ Sanders from South Carolina, Shamar Turner from A&M, Alfred Collins from Texas, Omar Norman Lott from Tennessee. Like, there's a lot of guys in that second, third round range that I think are plug and play, either starters or kind of in a rotation early in their career. You look at the edge class. The edge class is intriguing to me because you've got obviously Abdul Carter early, James Pierce and Mike Green. We're going to deal with maybe dropping a little bit due to some off the field character stuff, but not too far. Ezeruku from Boston College is in that mix, but I think he's going to be later first. And after that, there's a lot of good guys in the second round as well. So those are two groups that are deep, and I think you can take advantage of that. Again, I view offensive line for Seattle and now wide receiver as two of the areas that they're going to have to focus on, but it doesn't mean all five of those picks in the top 92 are going to go there. There's depth to be had along the defensive front with one or two of those other picks.
Yeah, Salk always gets a little concerned about Boston College pass rushers and
No,
what is it? Prep school wide receivers, like the prep school, the Jake Bobos.
Just since Jake Bobo's come in, Belmont Hill of all places, it's just disgusting.
He's like 20 miles away from me, Andover kid.
Well, yeah, and he went to Belmont Hill. I went to BB&N. This was like a huge problem for me. Yeah.
I don't think I've realized that.
Oh, yeah.
Silver Spoon guy.
Yeah, I get a lot.
I mean, hey, by the way, Brock, I know you know Silver Spoon, but it's like the most silver. It's like platinum spoon.
No, it isn't.
In the team.
Whoa! Don't you dare.
All right, it is.
It is like the really rich kids go to like Philip Andover and Exeter or something.
Yeah, it's
but
not
like
bad.
the ones that are like beyond go where Salk went to school.
Yes. Yeah. Silver Spoon right in the
I think
tea.
you grew up with my friend Matt Coyden, didn't you? In Swampscott?
Yeah, Matt Coyden.
Yeah, friend of mine.
Yeah.
All right. Anyway, whatever. You know what? That's enough.
Oh, well, let me get back then to the wide receivers, please.
This is the kind of grief I take.
Because right now we got JSN, stud, breakout year, phenomenal player.
Yep.
No Tyler Lockett, no DK. Then we get to Bobo, Derek, kind of just guys at the bottom of the roster. Who is going to be a second or third receiver? Is there somebody, once again, within these top 92 picks that you would be like, ooh, yeah, that's a John Schneider guy. Ooh, that's a Clint Kubiak system guy. Ooh, that's come in and plug and play right away and be a productive rookie receiver.
I think the best receiver in this class is Matthew Golden from Texas, and I think he ran the second fastest time of anyone at the combine, so that's gonna boost him up. It's interesting because you go back and watch Texas, and he was, I don't want to say an afterthought, but he was not the featured guy early in the year. They were trying to make Isaiah Bond that guy, and he had struggles with drops and injuries. And when Golden became that guy, the Texas offense started to take off a little bit. And I just like his route running ability, how crisp he is.
You taking him at 18? If he's there at 18?
Depending on who else is there in terms of offensive line.
Uh-huh.
But I would have no problem taking him at 18 with his speed and his ability to adjust to the football. I think he's a damn good football player. I'm not as high on Ted McMillan from Arizona as some people.
Me too.
But he does have a huge catch radius, could fill that X void. Kind of a lot of the same traits that Drake London has, but like it took Drake a year to adjust to the NFL and become the 1,000+ receiving yard entity that he was this past year. I think McMillan's going to have a little bit of that curve as well. Beyond that, like there are some guys, and I don't know that they're going to get to the second round is the thing though. But I absolutely think Mika Ibuka. But he's another slot type receiver, great zone possession guy. I'm in love with the Iowa State guys. I would draft him late in the first round and sleep really well on Thursday night. Jaden Higgins is your big physical X, who's like maybe the best press release package of the receivers in this class. Knows how to get open, really good hands. Jalen Noel is undersized, but I think he's not Ladd McConkey. But he's a little bit smaller version of Ladd McConkey.
Yeah.
All right.
He's the guy you compared to Doug Baldwin, Brock?
Oh, he's so strong, explosive, quick. Yeah. I mean, just off the charts strength, off the charts explosiveness, off the charts toughness, kind of elevated Iowa State. I always like that, Todd. I don't know about you, but guys that elevate programs that haven't historically had the most talent, and that dude is a monster.
Hey, can you fast forward a year for me? Let's say the Darnold thing does not go A+, that it's okay.
We're already starting that?
Hey, it's a hypothetical. If it doesn't go as well
we didn't bring
as
you on to talk about the 25 draft, Todd.
I'm just curious. 26 draft. Where are you?
I feel like I am with Kuiper again. Like Kuiper, we'd be sitting on the desk on Friday night, like round 3, and Kuiper would get bored, and he'd do this. You see me?
Yeah.
If you're only listening, like he breaks like 4 or 5 rocking chairs a year doing this, back and forth, back. So he'd be sitting in his chair at the desk, bouncing back and forth. We're in commercial break. All right, Todd. So who do you have number 3? The way too early mock next year. And I'm like, Kuip, let's get through this first. Let's get to round 6 before we start this.
Here's the only reason I ask: if you're the Seahawks and you feel like you need your franchise quarterback and you like the 26 class better, is there an opportunity to trade one of your second-round picks this year, get back into the first round a second time next year to give yourself some flexibility? Either you've got 2 picks or maybe you can trade up with them or whatever. How do you feel about the possibility of doing that and then about the 26 quarterback class?
I think there's a possibility if you want to trade out of 18 to try to pick up maybe – a first next year, although I just don't see who would be moving up in that range. I think what you could do is start stockpiling picks for next year. And that would mean giving up maybe pick 50 for a team that wants to move up and get like a third next, or a second next year or a third next year. So there's ways to maneuver around so that all of a sudden you wake up on Sunday morning after the draft and you've already added 2 picks to that allotment for next year. And then you start working next year on packaging some of those picks, plus a first the following year in 2027 to go move up for a Garrett Nussmeier from LSU if that's the first quarterback off the board. So, yeah, the potential's there. But again, and maybe I'm wrong. You guys have a better pulse on it. I don't think John went out and brought in Sam Darnold for that money with the thought of, this will get us through the next year or 2, but we need to be aggressively forward thinking towards who we're going to draft next year. I don't know. I think you're always strategizing to maximize picks and the compensation and get opportunity for the following year. I think look at Howie Roseman. Like, he can't sit still on draft weekend, and it's kind of a joke inside the league. Like, here comes Howie again. Almost like the ADHD, right? But what he's always doing is getting like an extra pick or two for the next year, maneuvering around and getting himself in a position where if he needs it, it's there to try to package picks and go up and get a guy that he wants.
Great stuff. Thank you, Todd. We appreciate it. We know you're from that poor little hamlet in Swampscott, just a sad, downtrodden spot up on the North Shore.
We're like an industrial fisherman town, you know?
Yeah, Swampscott, Marblehead. Very, very, it's hard.
No,
hard living on the water like that.
Marblehead's more your BB&N crowd, you know? The way we always describe Swampscott keeps Lynn out of Marblehead.
That's probably true. Actually, that actually sounds about right. Thanks, man. We
Thank
appreciate
you,
it. We'll talk again. There's Todd McShay taking shots at Lynn, City of Sin. Who would have ever guessed? Todd McShay making waves here on the show. Swampscott's a very nice community. Don't believe anything he says. Don't even listen to that guy. Fun guest, though, and it's been a really long time since we'd had him on the show. And look, I mean, now you got so many directions you can go with 5. Again, we would probably say this about 1 million times in the next few months. 5 picks in the first 92. It's a lot. It's a bummer that you don't have a second first-round pick. That would, I think, really just open up so many things. But heading into the draft, I don't mean just coming out of the draft. Heading into the draft with more than 7 picks is always a good thing. And when those picks come in the first 3 rounds, don't you feel like there's where do you feel like the big cutoffs are? Like when you're thinking of draft picks, do you think of tiers in terms of the rounds? I kind of do. I think of like the top 5 as being its own tier. Like if you're a top 5, 6, somewhere in that range, that's its own tier of like you should be getting an elite player at that spot in the draft. Then I kind of look at, I guess I would probably divide the first round into 3 tiers, top 5 or 6, then up to about, 15, 20. And then for me, like 20 through the end of like almost the 3rd round is all kind of in the same boat. Like end of the first round, 2nd, 3rd, those are all to me roughly the same.
But that's how I feel like the Seahawks used to look at it, and that's why they were like, oh, we are almost towards the end of the first round, so let's just take LJ Collier.
Yeah.
Even though other people have a second
Yeah, I don't know about that
so
call.
that used to,
you got to get them right.
to bother me.
But I think that's why, but part of it is like, okay, well, those late first round picks, they're not that different from 2nd or 3rds. That doesn't mean you should reach and take a guy that nobody else wants and turns out not to be very good. But the difference of like the risk you're taking with those kinds of players is probably similar, especially through the 2nd round. I guess maybe I would say 3rd and 4th kind of go more together for me. 5th is the last round I care about, and then 6 and 7, like whatever. Like if it works out, great. But I'm not sitting there going, okay, 6th and 7th round picks are worth a lot, and like you got like to me, a 6th or 7th round pick is not that different from an undrafted free agent. So whether or not you're stockpiling those doesn't mean a lot to me. But a 5th round pick, I think, still has some value, and they've got 2 of those. A 3rd round pick's got a lot of value. They got 2 of those. 2nd round pick's got a lot of value, not that different from a late 1st round pick. So yeah, good on them. I think they've got like a really interesting ability now to revamp their team and build it in the style that Mike Macdonald wants, which is necessary after a year. You're gonna need a wide receiver. I hope it's not at pick 18. You're going to need, if Brady's right and they don't continue down the road of signing an interior lineman in free agency, you're going to need probably 2 draft picks.
Well, McShay said he thinks they see the depth in the draft being some of the holes they need to fill.
You're getting 2 of those 5.
If that's the case, yeah, then maybe you need to take O-lineman with the first 2 picks. If you didn't do free agency because you thought some of these guys were so good.
I think you're going to need 2 of your 5 picks. 2 of them are going to have to be linemen. 1 of them is going to have to be a wide receiver. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm the only one banging the drum on this. I still would like for the number 18 pick to be on defense. I still would like to make that defense as elite as possible.
Even with us hearing from some of the experts that you could probably get a pretty solid start-worthy D lineman in the 3rd or 4th round of this draft.
Oh my gosh,
And that was
maybe.
a really good pass rush group last year. It
I know.
Really was.
I know. Look, I'm not going to be like mad, obviously, if they go O-line instead of D-line. That's great. It's a huge need. I really hope they get another game wrecker on defense in this draft, in that top 5 picks. I think it's important to go with the wide receiver you obviously need, and a couple of linemen, which you need, and maybe a tight end, which you need. All those things are great. I hope they don't ignore their needs on defense, because I don't think the defense is very good and will continue to get better. But you've got to try to make it elite. You've got to try to make it superb. You've got to make it your calling card. In order to do that, you got to keep adding talent to it.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks have their quarterback. ESPN's Adam Schefter says former Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold reached an agreement on a 3-year, $100.5 million contract with Seattle. Bump, your immediate reaction.
Let's get it. Got our quarterback, man. You know, a quarterback who fits this offense and what we think this offense is going to be. This was priority number 1, was to get Sam Darnold.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2. You think your home is pretty cool until that summer heat hits, and suddenly your home isn't that cool. In fact, it's hot. Air conditioning from Washington Energy Services can help. Stay cool this summer with our biggest spring savings event ever. This month only, take up to $4,000 off an energy-efficient Bryant cooling system with exclusive Washington Energy rebates. Ensure your home is always the cool house with air conditioning from Washington Energy Services. Contact us today for a free estimate.
Dobson Stuttgart reminds parents to enroll your kids in a positive youth program. Sports, hobbies, and community activities improve overall health and performance in school. These programs decrease drug use and violence and develop self-discipline and leadership skills. Let's team together this year to help our kids reach their full potential. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Dobson Stuttgart, your independent Porsche specialists offering sales, service, and Porsche storage online at DobsonStuttgart.com.
Jackson Hewitt wants you to save money on tax prep. We're saving money by having our intern rap in this commercial.
Don't stress, Jackson Hewitt's got expert tax prep, $149 or less. Yo, some tax guys lie about price. What? They got hidden fees, that ain't nice. Ain't nice. Don't ignore MC Kevin's rhyme, cause this deal's for a limited time. $149.
For tax prep that's $149 or less, hurry into Jackson Hewitt today.
No cap.
Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Hey, it's me, second base at T-Mobile Park. In my view, it's pretty sweet. I can see the big dumper flashing his platinum glove, firing a perfect throw right at me. Here comes the tag. Oh, got him.
Another strike him out, throw him out for Cal Raleigh.
Then there's Julio, stomping on me on his way to a stand-up triple. That dude is unreal.
Swinging a line drive, Julio round to third with a 2-out, 3-run triple.
And JP, smooth as silk, snaring line drives out of thin air.
And he takes a hit away!
Come check it out for yourself. There's nothing like being this close to the action. Although I'm still waiting to get invited to the wind dance. A base can dream. Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Mariners opening day is on deck. Don't miss the festivities at T-Mobile Park on March 27th, including a ceremonial first pitch from Hall of Famer Ichiro. The fun continues all week with Randy Arozarena Cross-Armed Hoodie Night March 28th and a Julio Bat Flip Bobble Giveaway March 31st to April 2nd. Lock in your seats today at Mariners.com.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm, I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year.
These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Michelle Smallman here. Are you dreaming of seeing your team draft their next superstar? Travel Wisconsin is sending 10 lucky fans and a guest to the draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Witness unforgettable moments and make memories that will last a lifetime. Don't miss out. Enter Travel Wisconsin's Dream Draft Sweepstakes. Visit travelwisconsin.com/draft to learn how you can win a trip to experience the biggest moment of the offseason. Epic moments that become lifelong memories are waiting to be discovered across Wisconsin. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get him freaking out! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewert is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewert and Mike Salk.
Hello! Good morning, Brock.
Good morning, Michael. How are you?
Doing great. Doing awesome today. Feeling pretty good. Feeling a little more optimistic today.
You feel like you're a good meme guy or picture guy, like on text and stuff?
Not really.
No?
Not particularly. I don't think I spend a lot of time thinking about it.
You don't? Okay.
No. Why?
All right.
Is that something you're working towards?
Yeah, I feel like I'm trying to grow in that.
Trying
area.
to become a better memer?
Yeah, just a better, but, a little humor, a little fun.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
How are you doing with it? What are you doing to practice?
I'm just trying to be creative. Get the creative juices flowing. That's all.
Is there someone that sends you really good ones that you're trying to match?
Yeah, our buddy Curran, Steve Curran's got just a Rolodex. He's a real estate broker. I think those guys in real estate, in relationship, got a lot of time.
They had a lot of time on their hands to text and constantly about whatever it is that's on their mind. So that would make some sense.
So what's on your mind this morning, buddy?
I'm feeling a little optimistic today.
Oh, you are.
A couple of reasons. One. Something about the Niners rebuilding, the Rams in transition, the Cardinals being the Cardinals, that helps. It's kind of making me feel that, okay, if you're not truly, kind of rebuilding this thing, why? Well, one of the reasons has got to be some level of opportunity in the natural cycle of the NFL. You kind of look at it and say, okay, the Niners, no one's coming back. And they just signed Trey Brown. Like, they're desperate. The Rams, as we know, are they signed Matt Stafford back, but they've got lots of transition right now in that building. Although I think they'll still be a good team.
Yes.
And then
Devontae, Puka, and Stafford.
Yeah,
they'll
still be
running
pretty
back.
good.
They'll be
good.
They'll be just fine.
They'll be good, but I don't see them as like a world beater, and they're still in a little bit of transition, and Stafford's getting older, and the Cardinals are, whatever. They're not very good. I don't think they ever will be. So I don't. I mean, they have the worst ownership in the sport and no fan base, and they're a terrible franchise with a bad quarterback that they've spent a lot of money on. That's just never going to cut it. So all of those things help. Remembering that Sam Darnold was 14-2 for a stretch last year is certainly helpful. The Seahawks seem to be building something special on defense. That's great. There are some issues on offense, obviously, but the good thing about their offensive problems, I think, is that they are openings, which you could also view as opportunities, rather than having bad players. Right? Their biggest problem on offense right now is that, they don't have any wide receivers after JSN. Okay, but that's an opportunity. That's not like, we've got to roll out this guy who stinks because we paid him and this guy who stinks because we paid him. And honestly, the problem is sort of the same on your offensive line. It's not perfect. They need probably 2 to 3 new players on that offensive line and the inside. but they haven't paid anybody to stink there. They just have a bunch of guys that are young and haven't really worked out yet. But that's better than having like problems at those positions.
You know
so
what
I guess you can just look at those as opportunities.
You know what I'm kind of feeling is as we navigate this off season and the first few days of free agency, and kind of to your point, as teams have unloaded, teams have reloaded. The NFC North is just going to be an absolute just minefield with what Minnesota has done, what they've added. Green Bay is such a solid developmental program. Chicago's trying to surround their young quarterback with all sorts of veteran pieces and help, and obviously Detroit isn't going anywhere. So, you know, you're right to compare. If you were sitting in that division, you might feel a little differently waking up this morning. But I feel like through this process of the new league year beginning and the draft 40-some days away and all the capital and the good news yesterday with some better value and comp picks and everything else, I feel like Mike Macdonald is just – this is honing in on his kind of team.
Right.
Just 12-plus months later. Remember, he was a mid-February kind of guy, hire last year, one of the last in the cycle, and just kind of feel through this process of some guys leaving and maybe a little Geno, maybe a little DK, maybe a little piece here, maybe pieces during the season, you know, bringing Jaron back, getting Ernest. Like you're just building it. And Sam Darnold, you know, under center now, just kind of building it like, okay, yeah, now I see Mike Macdonald's vision of the kind of dudes that he wants.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's a lot of drama. I don't think it's a lot of, you know, yes, some star power, obviously, with DK, but just a lot of, I just don't think those are, I think he's a lunch pail kind of guy.
Yeah, and you heard some of that from Jordan Babineau, the great prognosticator, was on again yesterday with Wyman and Bob and spoke to that point.
New coaches bring about change. Yeah. You know, I think it was the right thing to do to keep Geno at quarterback last season, just to, you know, because he was experienced and, you know, had the best grasp in terms of, you know, production for positioning where the Seahawks were, but it was a high suspicion that change was going to come. And just knowing the nature of John Snyder and, you know, my own personal trends of just watching him over the last decade plus, is that the writing felt like it was time.
Mm-hmm. Well, and he was obviously right on with all of that. A couple of texts coming in. So Kyler stinks now? Not now, always. He's always been bad. And you've never heard anything else from this platform ever. I've never said anything other than that guy kind of stinks. He's inaccurate, and they've overpaid him, and he doesn't try that hard or work that hard. He's not very good. He'll have stretches and moments where he looks great, but most of the time he's inconsistent, kind of lousy. I don't want any part of Kyler Murray. No thanks. Yeah, he's not good. I've been saying, how long have I been saying that? You think that's a new thing?
That for like 7 years.
Forever.
Right. Yeah,
and I've been right the entire
point
time.
Where I argued with Salk last year just because I felt like he was being a little unfair, and now I'm labeled as Kyler Murray's my guy.
He is.
Well, you're an apologist for him. How was dinner last night, too, by the way? Good? Great time out?
It was great, yes.
Yeah. Any fun surprises on the birthday? Anything new?
I mean, the restaurant was a surprise. I told you guys that.
Uh-huh.
Any other surprises?
No.
You want to know what happened yesterday, Brock? I went home, and Heather was like, I told Heather that it was Moore's birthday, and she's like, oh, what are they doing? Like, oh, I said, oh, they're going out to dinner tonight. And she goes, well, where are they going? I said, actually, it's a surprise. You know what Heather said? She did the exact same thing.
Oh,
We're all
this
in
is
junior
fun.
high. I can't believe Heather's there, too.
We can't help
We
it.
ended up at Staple and Fancy.
Oh, the best.
Oh, this is exciting.
Yes,
Woo!
that is exciting. That's one of my favorite restaurants in Seattle.
It was great.
That's a birthday special right there. 360 says, Salk, we need to trade DK. Hawks, trade DK. Salk, we have no wide receivers. I'm not complaining about that. Stop it. I'm not ripping them for not having wide receivers. They obviously need to go out and fill the position, but I'm not ripping them for it. In fact, quite the opposite. I think they've done all that stuff very well. Yes, you've got to go probably draft one. I'm not saying you can survive with none. That's never really been my point. But you can reallocate your resources now. So one way I was looking at this a little differently, Brock.
Okay.
What if you view this as, and we started this at 6 o'clock, you traded Geno for Darnold. Okay? Mm-hmm. In that trade, you stay roughly in the same tier of quarterback. Clearly, there are some things Geno does better, and there's some argument for Geno. Clearly, there are some things Darnold has done better, and there's some arguments for him. Mm-hmm. But you're roughly in the same tier of quarterback, and you could argue about who's better. In that trade, you do get 7 or 8 years younger. and you spend less money relative to the cap, right?
Mm-hmm.
Basically the same money you were spending, but as the cap goes up, so less than you were going to have to spend on Geno. So you traded quarterbacks 1-for-1 while getting younger, cheaper, but in the same tier. Then you traded your wide receiver for a second and third.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's not the way it all went down. The way it all worked out was differently, the way you get there.
Yep.
But that's essentially what you did, right? If you want to view it that way, you traded Geno for Darnold and you traded DK for a second and third.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good.
Yep.
That's like right there, pretty good. And now you've got to use either the second or third to replace DK. Fine. You knew you were going to have to do something there. I hope it's not the number 18 pick, but you're going to have to do something like that. But if you look at it that way, it's pretty hard to argue against, right? You got younger and cheaper at quarterback and stayed in the same tier, and then you traded your wide receiver who had his own issues and was getting older and wanted a third contract for a second and third round pick, which is great.
And now you got to reconstruct and be right. I mean, that's the risk you were taking,
100%.
right? I mean, that's the way this NFL goes.
Because you saved a ton of money in that process, and you've got to use it to make that offensive line better, which is why the whole free agency thing is a little confusing. Did the Seahawks act? Will they act today on the offensive line? That's next and Need to Know. Brock and Salk, Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Your two most prominent players on offense said, I want out of here.
If you ask the texters, they would say both of them have attitude problems.
You know, we'll see what Geno signs for. If he signs for somewhere in around 40 to 45, what does that say about how he felt about Seattle?
You got to put a lot of faith in John Schneider and Mike Macdonald. John said, we're not going to do anything that hurts the team. The team is number one, the player is number two.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Hey, it's Jason Rance. I'm here with our local tax expert and advocate, Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. When you're dealing with business owners and the idea that they owe money to the IRS and they feel like they might be letting their staff down and it just spirals out of control.
One thing I see with businesses, it's really tough because they have employees and maybe they're having a difficult time with the cash flow of the business. Then unfortunately, what a business often does is they quit making their payroll tax deposits, which is really about the worst thing you could be doing. I mean, it's a telltale sign if you're doing that. Hey, get someone that can help you kind of look at your business and see if things can be changed so that you can operate your business better and make those payroll tax deposits. Because let me tell you this, the IRS is on those right away.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, you have to call Greg Nunn of None Better Tax Resolution. From stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide.
based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
T-Mobile home internet is all about speed, value.
What you doing, Zach?
I'm rehearsing. There are so many benefits. You got to talk fast.
T-Mobile home internet ranks #1 in customer satisfaction for home wireless internet by J.D. Power.
Wow, you are good.
Try singing it. T-Mobile has price lock.
They won't raise your rate on internet.
Hulu and Paramount Plus on them.
Get T-Mobile home internet all in for just $55 a month with auto pay and any postpaid voice line.
Additional terms apply. For J.D. Power 2024 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been involved in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you with an aggressive team dedicated to securing the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal. Fighting for you.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet plus one unlimited welcome line, and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Top picks announced yesterday, Brock. They became official. The Seahawks are going to have 3 of them, a 4th and 2 5ths. That's actually a little better than what had originally been predicted. So some good news there. They now have 10 picks overall, as we know, 5 in the first 92. So that's a first, 2 seconds, 2 thirds, a 4th, 2 5ths, and then a 6th and 7th.
It's pretty darn good, man.
It's pretty good.
Yep.
The 6th and 7th, I was saying earlier, they don't mean a tremendous amount to me. I'm not convinced that a 6th or 7th round pick is that different from an undrafted free agent. So when you start adding picks in that range, But having 8 in the first 5 rounds, that's pretty good.
Yep. And gives you flexibility.
Yep.
And, you know, a lot was made yesterday as I was kind of reading through the social channels, and some of the story came out on Will Fries, and the Seahawks did pursue him, and they did go after him, but it was on a deal that was very similar to what they did with Dre Jones, a deal they've done with a bunch of these guys, and that is not to extend to 4, 5, or 6 years. You know, and now, you know, speculation is, wow, are they doing that so Jody Allen can sell? So, you know, the trustee and the fiduciary, who knows with any of that? I think, quite honestly, they're doing that and approaching it this way like they are the upcoming draft, so they can have maximum flexibility.
I agree with that, but also having an offensive lineman in your pocket in free agency would give you even more flexibility in the draft to do everything you wanted to do. Mark Schlereth, though, kind of taking the opposite tact on that yesterday with Wyman and Bob.
I think you have to draft. You have to hope to be able to draft and develop, and most of the guys that are allowed on offensive lines to hit the free agent market usually are not that good. But I always say this about free agency anyhow, especially the first wave of free agency. You're usually spending A-plus money on B-minus players. Most guys have some flaws in their game, whether it's personality issues, whether it's injury issues, whatever the case may be. most guys have some flaws in their game.
I think that's all very true, but I also think the Seahawks are also in just a position where you gotta have to take some level of risk to bring in a veteran at that position, and we've seen that be successful elsewhere.
Yeah, and the development at the tackle position, I think you would say, has been pretty strong with the Seahawks through the years. The development on the interior of that offensive line, that has been one of the shortcomings over the last decade or so.
I think that's a very fair way of putting it. In terms of the guards that are left, Mekhi Becton, Kevin Zeitler, Tevin Jenkins, Brandon Scherf, they would probably lead the pack. Laken Tomlinson was here last year. He just signed a one-year deal in Houston. Are all four of those guys better than Laken Tomlinson?
I think they're just different stages, different ages. Some, like Zeitler and Scherf, are older, like Laken, right, and are beat up. I still kind of have my eye on Tevin Jenkins. I think he would be the one, and I think he views himself like, whoa. Hold on a second. Give me that Will Fries money. Give me, I've got some real upside. I've got, more talent. I'm not old and as beat up as some of these other guys that are sitting there and left on the market. So he would be the one that I'd still put a little asterisk by for the Seattle Seahawks.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Mariners, full day off yesterday for almost everybody. Bryce Miller wanted to stay on schedule, so he threw in a B game. So,
how'd he do? Do we know how he did?
I don't know how he did in the B game, Brock. I don't.
Lyle?
That wasn't on TV.
Were you digging into his stuff last night? What did you see? What did you see on the old track man with his stuff?
I don't think it was public.
Lyle?
I don't think they make those B games all that
public.
public. Yeah, he's on like a backfield somewhere. Brian Wu will be on the hill today, though, as they host the Royals this afternoon. Mitch Garver, good news, hit on the hand, but the x-rays showed nothing broken, so hopefully just a little time off to rest, let it heal, and he can hopefully continue his toward start to the spring. And did you see any of the new value items, Brock, at
I did
at T-Mobile? Anything jump out to you?
Oh, what did I see? The domestic beers are like $8 or something?
Craft beers. $8 craft beers.
Oh, boy.
That's pretty good.
Oh, boy.
I mean,
Justin and his peeps in the bullpen are going to be
3 new NA beer options. Going to make my wife happy. And then post-game power hour at the Box Yard across the street. A couple of things that.
All right.
No more double Mitch Witches, though. I don't think. I think the double Mitch Witches.
That's probably
come and gone.
That's probably for good reason.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
The remaining members of the Kraken soldier on, Brock, through the rest of this season after the big trade sort of left them like a zombie team a little bit. Ron Francis, though, still objecting to the word rebuild.
This has been a rebuild, in a sense, from day one, right? We're trying to get NHL players to be competitive. We're also trying to draft and develop our young talent. You look at our center position, just take a good example. You got Matty, who just turned 22, and Shane, who just turned 21. It's very young to be your top 3 centermen in the National Hockey League. So when you look at that compared to some of the other teams that have been in that position the last few years, Edmonton, Washington, to name a few, it takes a little bit of time for these guys, but we're already well down the path on sort of having that position solidified and moving forward.
So, what one thing has struck me over these 2-3 years is the Kraken have been back and at it, and we talk about them, and certainly mostly in need to know. What strikes me? Unlike the NFL, whereas Mike Mayock said 25 of the 32 organizations typically kind of X themselves out with dysfunction, lack of alignment from owner to GM to yada, yada, yada. Feels like there's a lot of good hockey clubs.
Yeah, there aren't a lot. You don't get a lot of that.
Sheesh. I look around and it's like, 75 points, 80 points, 80 points, 75 points. Like there's just, Toronto is good and Washington is good and Minnesota's good and Dallas is good and Colorado's good and Florida's good and Tampa's good. Like Vancouver's good. Vegas is good. There's a lot of really good teams.
Yeah, there's probably 12 teams that could win the Cup this year.
It feels like there's more good teams in the NHL professionally
I think that's right.
than any other league.
I think that's probably true. I think that's
than the NBA, than Major League Baseball, than the NFL. Like those leagues all have a bottom third, a bottom half where you're like, you're not going to be good enough. The NHL feels like there's 10, 12, 15 teams.
Yeah, I think that's well said. There have been a couple teams that have struggled now for a while. And once you
San Jose and
they've had some problems. Anaheim's had some problems. Buffalo's had their issue. Like you'll see some of that. The Canadians have been down for a long time, which is funny.
But how are you going to climb into that group?
Yeah, well, you need a great player. Like I said this earlier, for all the critiques of the Mariners, they have some great players, which is what gives them some credibility. And I know there's frustration they haven't built upon it. But the Kraken you got to find some great players. You need at least one to kind of build this team around. And until you find it, you're going to be in rebuild mode. That's everything you need to know. 1:15 every hour here on the Brock and Salk Show. Brock, can we put you're a quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. Would you consider yourself to be a quarterback?
Connoisseur, sure.
Well, not a connoisseur, just a quarterback itself. Like you are a quarterback. Don't you still define yourself in some way that way?
Yeah, Mike, it was never my identity. Okay, it's what I did. It's not who I am.
Your identity. No?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
As a quarterback,
yes.
Can you help me out? I have a list here of 8 quarterback traits.
Oh my goodness.
That I've put into a rough order.
Is pleaser on that list?
Pleaser's not on this list,
right.
no. But I've got 8 different attributes of a quarterback that are in a rough order of importance, although you could certainly, it's subjective and you could make some changes to this, but it's roughly my order. And I'm curious how Sam Darnold rates in these 8 different traits.
Oh, I like this exercise.
If you don't mind, could you also put Geno Smith in, or Russell, or somebody for reference, so we kind of know so we know what we're dealing with and what those grades mean? Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So we're gonna learn who Sam Darnold really is from our quarterback, Brock Heward, next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
What can Sam Darnold do that Geno Smith can't?
Oh, Sam's arm's better. It's stronger. Sam's arm talent is crazy. Geno's placing of the football has been better. When I watched the last few games of the season with Sam Darnold, he was getting pressured and some of his throws were off. He doesn't feel comfortable when he's sitting there and you have big D-line and linebackers getting at him. The Kubiak offense should help him get better at that.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, luxury. Who doesn't love luxury? It awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. That's where comfort meets elegance. Yes, this summer is going to be awesome as the new hotel finally opens with the big signature suites and grand suites, premium and deluxe king and 2 queen rooms as well. Breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley. Yes, you're going to combine effortless style and utmost relaxation. You can find a whole lot more details at snocasino.com. Check out the new food venues. Check out the new entertainment space and convention center. Check out Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Did you know that your windows and doors are your main source of energy loss? At Lake Washington Windows and Doors, our windows with triple weather shipping and gasket seals are up to 25% more efficient than Energy Star standards. LakeWashingtonWindows.com, a name you can trust.
Let's face it, nothing makes you look older than you really are than thinning hair. But what if you could not only increase your hair count, but promote new hair growth without surgery, without drugs with potential side effects, and without a prescription from your doctor? Well, now you can, thanks to a breakthrough new supplement called Hair Grow, provided by New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Europe. Hair Grow is now available in the U.S. Only Hair Grow contains Tocogaya, a powerful antioxidant that has received a U.S. patent. Multiple clinical studies show Hair Grow is safe and effective in promoting new hair growth. In one study, 95% of the patients using Hair Grow saw increased hair count. Don't lose more time and more hair. Try Hair Grow today to feel and look your best. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS. Look younger and feel more confident with Hair Grow by New Nordic at NewNordicUSA.com, or in stores at your local CVS.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit PacificLamp.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Safety comes first. When money is tight, don't neglect maintenance on your vehicle. Keep it safe. At Bucky's Complete Auto, we have you covered with available financing. For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto has been servicing and repairing cars and trucks with modern-day technology and good old-fashioned customer service. There's a Bucky's just about everywhere for oil changes, wiper blades, brakes, tire rotation, tune-ups, and factory maintenance. No appointment necessary and financing's available. Check Bucky's.com for the location near you.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
No matter how old you get, you always remember that one great teacher. Hi, this is Rick Riz, inviting you to join WSECU in celebrating Teacher of the Week. Great teachers inspire. Nominate a teacher you feel has changed a life in our community. This year, we're going to honor 24 great teachers with grants of $500, courtesy of WSECU, the credit union for Washington. Teachers are the real MVPs. Nominate an exceptional teacher now at mynorthwest.com/teacher.
Star Rentals reminds parents to talk with your teenage drivers about the dangers of distracted driving and texting behind the wheel. Make a family agreement to never drive under the influence of alcohol or drugs, or ride with a driver who is. Always designate a sober driver, use a ride share, or call a parent for a safe ride home. Best wishes to all our kids from the entire team at Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors, online at starrentals.com.
Do you need a new roof? Don't wait for summer to replace it. 3 Tree Roofing is here to help you save big this winter. Avoid summer's higher prices and longer wait times and protect your home's integrity now. Visit 3treeroofing.com for your free on-site estimate. Our certified installers make it easy and worry-free, no matter the season. Don't wait. Book your estimate today at 3treeroofing.com. Mention this ad and get $500 off your roof replacement. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, I've got eight quarterback traits, Brock.
Okay.
In order.
Before I get to my assignment,
Yeah.
can I have you think of something in the back of your head? Because I know you're going to be in go mode here, and we're going to walk through these 8 attributes. Maybe the text toy as well, Lyle Moore, the rest of you. As I was just thinking, as I was showing you guys during the break, I finally got my left-handed catcher's glove. Gosh, it took me forever. I don't even know where this thing was made from Amazon, but finally arrived. If you were to rank the Mariners starting pitchers 1 through 5 of who would be the best starting quarterback, rank them 1 to 5. All right, a little exercise for the people out there is I'll do my little exercise. But if you had to put the Mariners starting rotation and rank them,
I only think one of them would be a good starting quarterback.
Of who you think would be a great quarterback.
It's Bryce Miller, and then the rest of them are just not on the list.
I don't know about that.
I was going to throw 2 in there. I think Woo could do it too. I always see those 2 throwing the football.
Woo's got legs for days. He's got horsepower. Oh, he absolutely could do it. Don't even short Luis Castillo as well.
I'm going to short. I'm shorting Luis Castillo.
That dude's RPO game with that little 3-quarter release.
I'm shorting him.
And getting that ball out.
I'm shorting all the other guys.
Logan.
I'm shorting all of them.
George's personality. George doesn't ever want to come off the field.
Yeah, I don't care.
You're going to have to drag me off that field.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm shorting all the rest.
Okay.
I've got eight traits, Brock, roughly in order. Clutch, decision-making, processing, accuracy, leadership, mobility, arm strength, and intangibles.
Gosh, you're going way too fast.
Well, I'm just telling you what they are. Now you don't need to write them down. They're on the show sheet. And I emailed them to you yesterday.
I saw them.
We're going to go through them one by one.
I smiled when I saw it last night.
Tell me how Sam Darnold is in these 8.
Okay.
Let's start with, is he clutch?
That one is, I would say, one he's going to really have to prove. Like that attribute, just through the 6-7 years in the league, that is the one. Yep. And in college, he had some big wins at USC, had a great Rose Bowl. He came up to Washington, I think beat the Huskies and Jake Browning at home. Their only loss in like 3 years. He was unbelievable on every third down and every big moment in that game. So in college, I would say that was a plus strength of his. I would say through the NFL until last season, that was not something that he was deemed very worthy of. So
C, D, somewhere in that range?
I would say C+.
Okay.
Yep, I'd say C+.
And out of comparison, you would give Geno A
minus.
A minus.
Is that would be the biggest discrepancy, I think, in this.
And it's a really big one.
range.
I mean, I got that. If it's not number one, it's near the top because quarterbacks got to win games at the end. That's part of the job.
Because every game basically comes down to one possession.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Decision making is a clear top 3 here trait for me. That involves process. Well, yeah, I mean processing is next, but I guess it sort of encompasses interceptions and turnovers and finding the right person to throw the ball to.
Is this managing the entirety of a game?
Yeah.
And how every game also unfolds and the decisions that are critical in that game to win that battle.
How is Sam's decision making?
Yeah, last year, once again, just so different. All of these are going to be so different last year to so many of his other years, other than the physical giftings of spinning the football and otherwise. And the Seahawks saw this. They saw it playing against him last year. They saw it when he was a Carolina Panther. Carolina Panther game, they win that game because his decision-making, because he kind of played it like Pete Carroll used to play it, and that is, hey, somebody else is going to make the mistake. I'm not going to. So I'd say over the last 2 to 3 years, that is an area that he's grown, and I'm going to give him a B, a solid B to just, unfortunately, it was so bad early that I can't go much higher than that.
I get that. And for Geno, probably in the same range, maybe B minus?
Yeah, I would say B minus.
Yeah.
Yep, I'd say B minus. That, like in the clutch, unbelievable. Stubborn, hard-headed, believed at every throw, made great decisions. Made big plays in third downs, but some of the other areas, third downs and red zone, obviously.
Some of the big sacks.
Little problematic sacks.
Processing. And this is, I mean, maybe I'm splitting hairs between decision-making and processing, but I think the processing, we've heard so much recently of how important it is to be able to see what's going on out on the field and then process it before then deciding what it is you want to do with it. How is Darnold's processing?
Yeah, I would say that is probably the area that I will have my eye on more than anything else.
Okay.
I'd say right now that's a C+.
Okay.
And I just kind of trust some of the other voices that I respect in the game, other former quarterbacks, other people that have covered it, that was a pretty big shortcoming his first couple stops. And that there was some rehab that Mark Schlereth talked about, some humility going to San Francisco and knowing like, okay, I got to grow in this area. Some of the sacks that he also takes, Salk, some of the stuff in the pocket. The one game of his, the most disastrous game of his career, and some would argue my own career in broadcasting, when I confused him with Sam Bradford and still do 7 years later. That game was just, I mean, he was sacked, I think, 11 times. I don't think that's an exaggeration. I mean, it was just.
But that's what, 5, 6, 7 years ago, right? I mean, that was a while ago.
It is. But even playing against him last year in that game, thinking back to that game and how important that game was and how close the Seahawks were, there were times in that game where I was like, I think you can scramble his wires a little bit. I think you can scramble the brain and just kind of affect some of that. So I'd say C+ there, and for Geno, I'd say probably B+, B-. So I'll say Geno.
If you're saying
there,
both
B.
of those things, then it's a B.
I'll say B. There you
Okay.
go. I'll say Geno a B. And that based on him handling a number of different systems and handling Grubb's system last year and handling it pretty darn well, and his ability to get the play and call the play and get to the line of scrimmage. And you didn't see burned timeouts. You didn't see wasted. Geno's pretty good in that area.
And this is probably where Russell was at his weakest, right? The processing was probably the thing that he struggled with the most.
Yep.
For some reason, somebody didn't hear me mention accuracy and is worried I wouldn't have it on here. Absolutely, I do. Accuracy is next, incredibly important. Tell me about Sam Darnold's accuracy.
Yep. When the processing gets a little scrambled, the accuracy goes out the door. And you saw that, unfortunately, in a Detroit game and a Rams game, a couple fronts, a couple defenses that can get after you. And that is where, some of his accuracy can be affected. And, mid 50s, high 50% completion there for some years in New York. That's
so the 66% last year isn't enough to kind of overcome some of that?
It is. It once again is. I think going into last year, I would say his accuracy was C-. I would say after that season, B-, C+. Short intermediate, fine. Deep ball, actually really good. Some of those got to have them. Some of those really tight windows, some of those red zones, some of those third down, some of those. Yes, I'd say probably accuracy, I'll go B-.
Mm-hmm.
And I would say for Geno, A-. Real strength of his.
I got to tell you, looking at this so far, it's not a great look for Geno in terms of, or for Darnold. In terms of the things that
Salk, you
value the most.
We do this last year before the season. It's not even a conversation.
I know. Yeah.
And it wasn't really for the league. And that is why he got like a 1-year deal in Minnesota.
I know.
Like a 1-year deal in San Francisco. So, yeah, it's going to be big time kind of continue to prove it mode that last year was not an aberration.
All right, number 5 on this list is leadership.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's, A-. I'd say A, but A goes to very few guys.
Okay.
And, you
got to really be elite.
Josh Allen and the Burrow, and you've just built so much equity and so many years of time on task. But yeah, I think leadership-wise, to be carried on guys' shoulders in year number 1 in a new regime, and to do what he did to kind of take a step back to go to San Francisco, you never heard in New York and Carolina. You heard maybe some of his insecurity, some of his I'm seeing ghosts, some of his this game's too fast for me. You never heard this guy's just a chump and I can't play for him and I don't want to be with him. So I'm going to say leadership A- there, and I'm going to say for Geno, I'm going to say B-, because in big moments and being tough and playing and doing all that, off the charts. Handling adversity and handling teammates and obviously relationship with an organization and all of that, not particularly great. So A- to B- there.
Mobility?
Yeah, I think he's pretty good, man. I know the rushing yards aren't there. I don't think he's ever been really asked to do a ton of that. I think he's a keep the play alive kind of guy. I think he can move. I think his throwing on the run is really, really good. There's very few A's in mobility in all the NFL. You know who those guys are, and they use their legs as a real difference maker. I'm going to say B.
And Geno probably the same?
I'm going to say probably the same for Geno.
Yeah, that sort of struck me, that their mobility was pretty similar.
Yep.
Neither ideal, but neither problematic. And so, somewhere in that B- range. Arm strength?
Oh, he's got a strong arm now.
And this one's pretty low on my list of important things. I know you tend to think of it as more important than I do, but
I do, because think of the throw that he made to beat the Seattle Seahawks. And people will always say, and you get to the combine, this guy can make every throw. This guy can make every. No, they can't. No, they can't. Not every guy can make every single throw. And, when you've got to step up in the pocket and you've got no platform to throw from, and you can throw a rocket ball 45 yards between a veteran safety and, that corner that's hanging on Jefferson, and you make that throw, not a lot of guys make that throw. Really. It's even in the 90 that, that on planet Earth that gets called himself an NFL quarterback for a season. Not a lot of them can make that kind of throw. He can throw the deep ball. I know they had some folks on our station yesterday from Minnesota, both Ben Lieber and others, and they said the same thing. Like, yeah, you're going to see it, man. This dude's got RPM. So I'm going to say arm strength, NFL-wise, B+. And I'm going to say Geno, probably B+ as well. I'm going to say Geno B, and I'm going to give Sam Darnold a B+ there. I think he's got, and some of that is also 7 years younger. And just, he's got a plenty strong arm.
All right. And then the last one is just the intangibles. I don't really have a way of saying what this means other than, things that don't necessarily go into any of these other 7 categories.
Yeah, kind of the it factor, just the charisma, the belief. Maybe we'll call this the John Schneider tilt the room.
Sure.
How about do we tilt the room? Are we that kind of guy? Again, last year that was an A for Sam Darnold, Minnesota. It was an A. And, I think even in Carolina, I think he was pretty good in that regard. I'm going to give him, for a kind of tilt the room, son of a plumber, had to overcome grandpa's name. I'm going to give him a B+. And I'm going to give Geno a B. So I think what you see in this exercise, Salk, is that if Geno Smith was 27, he'd be making $50 million a year.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly. like a couple of my takeaways just doing this and doing some of this on the fly in some regard is that Geno really is like a B. You factor all those in.
Here are your grades in order for Geno. Yep. A minus, B minus, B, A minus, B minus, B, B, B.
Yep. So he's
Isn't that kind of what you would have guessed? Like, I think you maybe gave him a little bit of credit in a couple places, maybe could have given him a little more in a few others, but you're the quarterback. I'm not. So we're going to go with your rankings here. That's a good quarterback. It's certainly a guy without a lot of fatal flaws, right? He's a guy who's good, which is what we always knew about Geno. He's been good.
Yep. Can win you 10 games a year.
Pretty good.
And if, honest to goodness, if this would have started early in his career, he'd be a $50 million guy. He would be Trevor Lawrence. He would be Tua. He would be Kyler. He would have been paid, an extraordinary amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
But, it took him 8-9 years of some maturing to do. And the start was so rough and so rugged. And unlike, Sam, that didn't napalm his career by getting punched in the face and just, being difficult to deal with and just kind of, overcame it and took that hardship. Geno didn't. And because of that, he was in the wilderness for a bunch of years. And, I think if you put the grades all together, if Geno was a B plus, a B to B plus, put all those grades together, Sam is probably a B minus, a B to B minus.
Yeah. But at 8 years younger, 7 or 8 years younger, and with the ability to hopefully, showing last year, if you had just done this on last year, I would imagine a lot of these numbers are a lot better, right?
He was like a lot of teenagers out there. 8th, 9th, 10th grade, grades, kind of in the poopster. And then all of a sudden, light at the end of the tunnel, like, what do you want to do? Do you want to dig ditches? Right?
The light bulb turns on.
Yeah, you want to go to college?
Just out of curiosity,
what do you want to do?
Very quickly, and we're going to get to Blue 88. Grade Sam Darnold last year. Clutch?
Clutch last year, B plus.
Decision making?
A minus.
Processing?
B plus.
Accuracy?
B plus.
Leadership?
A plus.
Mobility?
A minus.
His mobility got better last year? Stop. That one's the same. You can't say that. What was different about his mobility last year than any other year?
Extending plays and making plays and throwing 35 touchdowns.
Arm strength was probably the same. Right? B plus, and then intangibles, probably an A.
Yep, A.
Okay, so that is where it gets a little bit interesting, is if you want to look at last year, and obviously that's what the Seahawks are banking on, that's where things start to change a little bit and where maybe
and that's
you have
where he's
faith.
A B plus kind of QB, A minus, and that's why you pivoted to him when the deal didn't get done with Geno.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88.
Blue 88! Blue 88!
We take you to the field as Brock Ewart breaks down 3 football questions as only he can.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Salk, I like that.
I thought you would.
Gosh.
Yeah, it was fun.
That fit my analytical mind.
I know it did.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll have to think through these a little bit. Brock, question number 1, speaking of Darnold's attributes and personalities, which one will we feel first?
I think we're going to feel his humility. Just some of that grit, some of that pass. I don't think he ducks from it. I think it is kind of built some scar tissue and made him what he is. Some of these NFL guys, Salk, and I think back to an off-the-air conversation that was a little bit on the air with Pete Carroll as well, but trying to figure out why so many of these guys struggle the way they do. Do you realize that, and I was just looking at this, do you realize that Trey Lance doesn't have a job right now? Trey Lance was the 3rd pick in the NFL draft. He's still like 26 years old. He does not have a job right now. So many of the guys flame out, and Pete says there's so much put on them. And it does. It can wipe some out. And it nearly wiped out Sam Darnold. Mark Schlereth yesterday with Wyman and Bob talking about that rehab year and what Sam Darnold did in humility, going and learning from the San Francisco 49ers.
He had other opportunities to go elsewhere and compete for a starting job. And he said, no, I want to come to San Francisco because I want to learn how to play offense. I want to learn NFL offense. I have not been given the opportunity. So he takes less money to back up Brock Purdy in San Francisco. And Brock told me, and I quote on this too, been invaluable in my development. The guy has been such a great teammate and just what he does to help Brock prepare. And so here's a guy that kind of humbled himself and said, man, I need to learn how to play this game. And then you see him go to Minnesota last year And, for 17 or 16 games, he balled out.
Yep. I think we're going to feel some of that, just some of that humility. Some of that, I've really learned from my past. I've had so much experience. And he also is not all about Sam Darnold. And I think that's a key attribute for Mike Macdonald.
Mm-hmm.
You know who's not all about themselves? Let's see. Leonard Williams. Not all about Leonard Williams. Ernest Jones. Not all about Ernest Jones. Julian Love. Not all about Julian Love. Right? The guys that kind of can be all about themselves, I don't think are going to be a fit for Mike Macdonald short term nor into the long term as he builds this football team.
All right, question number 2. As you look at the free agency board and what's left, what position group has the best players?
Yeah, this isn't just my opinion. These are the lists before free agency began of the top 100 free agents out there. And Brady Henderson tweeted this yesterday. Matt Bowen put a list of the top 100 best free agents. I don't think this has changed over the 7-8 hours since through the middle of the night. Number 22, Mekhi Becton. Number 28, Kevin Zeitler. Number 37, Tevin Jenkins. Number 52, Brandon Scherf. Number 95, Will Hernandez. That is 5 offensive guards that were top 100 free agents that still find themselves out there looking for a job. Some, a little bit of damaged goods, a little bit older. Some, I'm sure thinking and listening to their agent, thinking, well, here's my payday. Like, now here's my chance. This is a league that needs what, Salk? Needs offensive linemen. They don't grow on trees. This is a league that's going to overpay, right? Going to overpay for offensive guards. I said it to you a month ago. Like, we're going to see a new reset. You're going to see guards and centers make more money than they ever have. Not really. I mean, Will Fry's got 17 and a half. That's very, very good money. Obviously, the guard from Kansas City, Trey, got franchised, probably still working to get a deal done with him. He'll reset it. But you're still talking about 5 of the top 100 free agents being offensive guards, still not finding a home.
So then why does Brady tweet after that, now that Fries is off the table, I don't see Seattle signing a high-priced O-lineman? Guessing they'll add another veteran at some point, but not an expensive one, in which case they'll need to find a difference maker or 2 in the draft where they have 5 of the top 92.
Best case would be one of these 5. And in particular, I've mentioned Tevin Jenkins a bunch.
But Brady's sort of insinuating that's not going to happen.
Well, they're not going to pay and overpay. They're not going to throw money at a plus guy because the market
what I get from Brady
said,
is none of these 5 guys are going to be a Seahawk. That's how I read that.
I don't know if I'm quite there yet.
Okay.
I think they can be a Seahawk if the Seahawk valuation and number is right. I don't think they're going to pay $12 to $15 million if some of these guys have that expectations. If Mekhi Becton's like, yeah, man, now I'm gonna get mine. I had one good year there in Philly, and now it's time for me to make $15 million a year, $13 million a year. I think the market right now is also telling you and me and everybody, like, maybe not what these agents have promised their players as far as the payday they were going to see.
All right, question number 3. The other football team in town, Brock, what are they doing during their acquisition phase?
Good weekend for University of Washington.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. In fact, one of Titus's teammates was out visiting a big 4-star offensive lineman that's got offers from a lot of different places. Dad was an All-American, kind of a heritage player, and one of those just kind of great linemen you need. And I was chatting with him the other day. He's like, I love it. It's going to be one of my official trips eventually. And so they brought in some of their big kids. Here's what they've done well. Here's what Jed Fish is factually done well over the last few years. Kept the kids in state home. So, had he been the one, recruiting some years ago, in this day and age where you can pay guys, versus some of the years ago where you couldn't do that, and some of the other programs were doing that more successfully behind the scenes, I think some of the in-state talent would have stayed. So, acquisition phase, in-state, going very, very well for Jed Fish. And even out-of-state. Supposedly flipping this 5-star quarterback. We'll see. Crystal Ball says he's going to come here, Southern California kid that had been a commit to Florida State and some other spots. We'll see what happens. But one of Jed's strengths is to sell. One of Jed's strengths is to talk. And they had a huge weekend this last weekend.
That's good.
And by all accounts, went really, really well.
All right, there you go. That is today's Blue 88. Some good questions coming in here regarding our Geno and Darnold comparison and a lot of these traits. And, I mean, I think it all kind of makes sense, right? Geno's been a successful starting quarterback for the last 3 or 4 years.
Yes.
Darnold was a disaster until last year. If you had done the same exercise, and 360 correctly points this out, when Geno was 27, his grade would have been really, really low if you were only basing it off what he had done with the Jets or, his couple of stops with the Giants.
So if we had done that, not even at
Chargers.
27, if we had done that at 31,
right,
where we had watched him for a couple preseasons in Seattle, we would have been like,
it's disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been C's and D's as opposed to A's and B's. So, there's a little bit of an unfair platform. And then, I think we sort of learned what we already knew there about Darnold, which is until last year, he was bad. But then last year, he was really good. So you're banking on him figuring that out, right, and getting good now, just as Geno got good at right around maybe even a little later in his career. We're going to talk to somebody a little bit later in the show at 8:30, and I found it interesting that Sam Darnold is 27. This player did not start a game until he was 26 and went on to quite a bit of success. That's next on Brock and Salk.
When you're running the hurry up and don't have time for your favorite Seattle sports shows, listen to the podcast on demand. How about that? Unbelievable. Who would have thought? Every hour, every interview, every look behind the scenes.
He is your new Seahawks head coach, Mike Macdonald.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Find us on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you get podcasts.
All signs continue to point to it being the right hire.
Never miss a minute of Seattle sports, the home of the Seahawks.
Are you trying to buy a new home, or are you a local real estate agent seeking financing for a client? We're all tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and endless guidelines. Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet, but we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found in G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
So I formed Davis Law Group about 30 years ago, and I would get, the same questions from people about what to do in the case of an accident. Do you need a lawyer? To the point where I decided that I would at least write a book which would answer the common questions that I would receive as a lawyer. Once I wrote my first book, it proved to be hugely popular. I decided to write then a series of books in different accident cases so that we could really teach people about their rights, how to protect them, and how to decide on whether they need a lawyer and what lawyer to hire. I've found in my career that having a client that is educated and knowledgeable about their particular type of case really helps the client and also usually ends up making the case or the claim more successful. To get your free copy of any of my Washington accident books, visit WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Hi, Justin Shirley, CEO of State Roofing and Exteriors. For over 55 years, you've trusted us for roofing, siding, windows, decking, and gutters. Call 866-ROOF-ROOF or visit stateroofing.com today to schedule a free estimate. State Roofing and Exteriors.
When it comes to great deals on tax prep, Jackson Hewitt isn't holding back, and neither is this commercial. Their offer is so big, it has to be said with Reverb. Expert tax prep for $149 or less. It's a deal so spectacular, it needs a symphony. some explosions, and a clock ticking, because this offer $149 or less ends soon. One expert tax prep for $149 or less. Try Jackson Hewitt today and save. Whew. Limited time offer for new clients on federal returns. Participating locations only. Terms at jacksonhewitt.com/149.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most: the coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get his freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Matt Hasselbeck is going to join us in 30 minutes, Brock. The first guest in the history of this show will be back to join us again. Not for the second time. He's been here a few times in between, but we'll talk to Matt at 8:30. And as I was thinking about what we wanted to talk to Matt about today, just take a quick look at his Football Reference page and realized he didn't start a game until he was 26 years old. Until he was 26.
Right in front of my eyes. My wide-set eyes.
You were there for it.
He was traded.
Yeah.
I took him to, I don't even know if it's still around anymore, Sarducci's Sub Sandwiches. By the old facility. I think it's still there, right off 108th up there in Kirkland.
I was saying Kirkland?
Yeah.
I've
Still there. Good bread.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great bread. A lot of carbs. Good bread. Remember taking him. I'm going to be a good teammate. You know, this guy gets traded. He didn't know anything about this place. He's from Boston. He went to Green Bay. Mike Holmgren was with him, loved him, had heard great things about him. And I think the first time we ever hung out, you know, I picked him up and we went and got lunch before a little off-season workout there. So that was right in front of my eyes.
So he started his first game at age 26.
Versus?
By the age of 26.
Yep.
Sam Darnold had started 13, 12, 11, and 6 games. Isn't that crazy? 13, so I don't know what that, 26, 38, 55. 49, 55 games.
55.
He had started 55 games before Matt Hasselbeck started one. And he didn't perform particularly well in those games. And going through that exercise, Brock, a few minutes ago, and looking at how he kind of rated over his career in all of those categories, speaks to 55 games, largely of disaster.
Torture chamber.
Yeah, here are the records by year. 4-9, 7-6, 2-10, 4-7, 4-2 in Carolina. And then finally, at the age of 26, he goes 0-1 with the Niners before the breakout last year, 14-3 with Minnesota.
Yep.
At the age of 27.
Yep.
By the way, Matt's first year, I think he was like 5-5, and it's not until later that Matt really starts to put together some real strength in his record and the success that he had in his career. Go back and look at Matt Hasselbeck. At the age of, what did I say, 26?
In 2001?
5-7.
Yeah, not good.
The next year, at 27, 5-5.
Yep.
It's not until age 28.
By the way, and benched for Trent Dilfer.
At age 28, Matt starts to have some success, 10-6, 7-7, 13-3, 7-5, 10-6, etc., before starting to, come apart here at the end of his career in Seattle. But that's kind of when Matt hit his stride. So, look, I'm back and forth, quite frankly. I said yesterday I'm torn on Sam Darnold. I really am.
You're no longer laying naked on the floor, though.
I've gotten up.
Good.
I've put on some clothing.
God, that was disturbing.
I'm no longer lying naked on the floor like poor Natalie Imbruglia was. Like, I've come a long way from. No. Well, she was a big soap opera star. We talked about this yesterday.
That's right.
Then she put out that song.
Gotcha.
As far as I know, one hit wonder. I don't know of any other Natalie Imbruglia songs, but maybe they were big in Australia.
So you're no longer quite at that.
I'm no longer lying naked on the floor, but I am torn, and I kind of keep going back and forth with some of the positives and negatives of this. What I have to keep if you want to believe that this is the right move, and I want to believe that, you got to believe in a couple of things. You have to believe that last year was not an outlier, that it was the beginning of the real thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to believe that you have to look at the moves they made as not necessarily DK for a second and Geno for a third. You have to look at it differently. I know that those are the actual physical, moves that were made.
Why do I have to look at it differently?
Because I think if you look at it that way, you're like, man, they let go really good players. They didn't get that much for them, et cetera, et cetera. I find it easier to think of it as Geno for Darnold. You didn't make that trade because that's not the way the NFL works. But in terms of your books, in terms of your team, you might as well have. You traded position for position. You had to go a roundabout way of doing it through free agency. But essentially, you swapped out Geno for Darnold.
And by the way, I think it was Burt Breer that I was reading yesterday that talked about the amount, and we're not given this much due because it happened, and it happened rather quickly, and everybody assumed it was this way. But Burt Breer said that took some stones now from John to do that.
Well, he also
because
went out
you
and
go
said,
to free agency, there's no guarantee. It's not like that was a done deal.
It wasn't an automatic.
Correct.
Burt went farther than that. He went on to say that he thought the Seahawks were doing as well as anybody in free agency so far.
So I'll say the Seahawks.
I agree.
You look at their young base of players, and it's guys like Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith and Jigba and Kenneth Walker and Charles Cross. And there's like a lot of good young players there. Reek Woolen, and they're sort of spread throughout the roster. And if you look at it near them and you say, we're not going to re-sign DK Metcalf, we're $10 million apart in our negotiation with Geno, well, then is it a bad result to come out of that with Sam Darnold, a second-round pick, and a third-round pick? No. So now they've got 5 picks in the top 100. They got 7 years younger and ostensibly cheaper at quarterback as well. And they've got this young core that can kind of grow up. They've got their offensive coordinator now, and Clint Kubiak, who I think will last there. Unless they win too big, I guess, right? This is to me, the sort of way of kind of moving the ball forward.
And turning it into a Mike Macdonald team. So essentially, I'm making the same point.
Did you steal this point?
I didn't actually.
Was there copyright on that?
I kind of made the point before.
It sure feels like an hour and 8 minutes in. Like you kind of stole that point and you never gave Burt credit more. Are you hearing that?
Yeah.
Lyle, are you guys hearing what I'm hearing?
I wouldn't do that.
Which is what?
That he just kind of took Bert's point and
They're
never
not
gave
listening.
him.
They're having a whole conversation. They don't care what we're talking about anymore.
mind.
They're done with us.
Gosh.
They're already done with us in this show. They don't care what we have to say at this point.
You didn't hear that clip beforehand?
It was a work-related conversation. Sorry.
No,
whatever.
Oh, okay.
Whatever.
No, I honestly didn't. This is
funny.
Yeah,
It's just you two think alike.
Well, I
you're
think
from
so.
the same area.
Maybe same town,
Yeah.
same small town. You have to think of it that way.
You do, and it took. Yeah.
You traded out your quarterback for a younger, cheaper model. You traded your wide receiver for a second and third round pick.
Yep.
Which means you can go cheaper at that position as well. Those are big advantages, being able to go cheaper. Look at what's happening right now in San Francisco as they have to jettison all of these players because they went expensive at wide receiver. They're about to go expensive at quarterback. And because of it, Dre Greenlaw's leaving and everybody else is leaving, which, you can't afford everybody. Fine. Yeah. Brock, this all makes sense. But the last piece of the puzzle has to be, what do you do with those resources? How do you turn them into an investment up the middle and up front on offense and defense?
Yep.
And that's why this Will Fries thing is kind of bizarre yesterday, and all the reporting, and we heard it from Corbin Smith, and others have said it as well. Why do you let Will Fries get away if it was a deal you could have gotten done? That's frustrating. I don't know Will Fries from Adam. I never heard of the guy until a week ago. I'm not telling you he was the thing. But if he was the thing they wanted and they felt like he was a difference maker above all the other guards in the draft, how do you let him get out of here? I don't understand.
Yeah, I don't think that last part is true. I don't think they believe that he is is a difference maker ahead of Tyler Booker and Membu and some of these other guys.
The guys that are in free agency.
Yes, in free agency, yes. In free agency, yes.
If he was the best free agent by far, and you just cleared a ton of money by, the changes you made at quarterback and wide receiver, that was one of the big reasons.
Yep, because that money, and here's the one thing I would say. You're not going. Yep, I know we got to get running here. Here's the one thing I would say, listening to lots of that, Salk, and listening to the value and what you got back and going, I think the one thing that I don't consider enough, I don't know if you consider enough, the average fan doesn't consider enough, is how much that just kind of financial end of these deals plays a role. I don't think people value the fact that you're not paying DK Metcalf $33 million a year.
It's enormous.
They just kind of look at it and go, it's kind of funny money. Oh, you got a salary cap. Oh, you can move these things around.
It's enormously important, but then why aren't you spending that money on the offensive line? And I'm going by Brady, who for weeks said Will Fries was the guy. Okay, I trust Brady. If Brady says they wanted Will Fries, I believe they wanted Will Fries. You said the same thing.
Yes.
And if Brady says that he doesn't expect them to be too active with the remaining guards that are left, then I believe that they saw a clear difference between Will Fries and everybody else. If you know me, Gorilla Glass, man, if that's the guy you want and you could have had him, go get him, and then don't whine about it afterwards. Get the guy you want to come in here and be your dude. I don't understand how you let him go. That doesn't make sense given everything else they've done. It doesn't fit with the logic of how that helps you make your team better.
In real time, Salk, I cannot disagree with that.
Good. That's right.
I'm not going to.
Don't disagree. Just say yes. Just say yes, Mike. You are smart. You are wonderful. You are great. You are right.
Pressure you.
Say all of those things.
No, you said during
the
break you're not a pleaser. You don't need that.
Say them right now. Affirm me. Affirm me, Brock, now.
Oh, no.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
A massive weekend for the Seattle Seahawks. We have basically a new look team to talk about. Bump, when I left the office on Friday, Geno Smith was still on the team. DK Metcalf was still on the team. And here we are now talking about a team without both of these guys. What was your reaction to the news?
I was shocked. It was interesting, but now I'm looking at this ball club and I'm thinking, no Geno, no DK. What is this thing going to look like?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, longer days, right? It was light out. Maybe not sunny, but light out a whole lot longer yesterday. That was awesome. So you start thinking about summer, right? Getting out in the golf course, vacations, enjoying the whole Northwest. Well, make this summer something to remember by looking and feeling your absolute best. And if you start now, you can get that done by Memorial Day. It's Mike Salk here. 45 days. That's what it takes. Lose almost a pound a day. I lost 35 in total with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. And I'll tell you what. Not that hard. No crazy dieting, no cardio, no exercise, no pills, no injections, no scary side effects, no fake box meals. Real food that you buy at the grocery store and make for yourself at home with delicious recipes, and then just watch the pounds fall right off. I'm telling you it works. Find out. You can do it. A 15-minute call is all it takes. There's no obligation. Just schedule the call. Talk to Eastside Weight Loss Clinic at eastsideweight-loss-clinic.com. You got nothing to lose other than all that extra weight. Go to eastsideweight-loss-clinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
I've always said, the car sales in the 1980s and 1990s, earned the rep that we have today. The concerns that consumers have because of what has happened in our industry in the past, they're warranted. It's our job to show them that that's not how business is done anymore, right? It's very different business. It's much more transparent. There's much more information that's available to people. and we're much more customer focused than I think the car industry was, 20, 30 years ago. I'm more focused on providing good customer service and relationships, because I think if you take care of people, money will always come. So I think just the philosophy and the focus for us has changed, where I was constantly chasing a paycheck, and now I'm just constantly trying to take care of customers and employees, because I know if I do that, then my paycheck will take care of itself.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Window Nation customers have been singing our praises for years. With fast, local service and an industry-leading 96% customer satisfaction rating, it's no wonder.
I researched window companies for the last year to see what the average prices were and the quality of work. Window Nation nailed both.
Get 2 windows free with every 2 you buy. Pay no interest for 2 full years. Hurry, this offer ends soon. Schedule a free estimate now. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nellie on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Over the past decade, Washington state politicians have doubled state spending with no improvements to the issues we care about. Instead, we now have the 3rd highest cost of living in the nation and a $12 billion deficit. It's time to tell legislators we need better results, not bigger taxes. Act now at affordablewashington.org. Paid for by people for an affordable Washington and Olympia, Washington. Top 5 donors are Washington Alliance for Competitive Economy, Microsoft, Madrona, T-Mobile, and Alaska Air.
Spring is here. Start your home improvement projects and save with Washington Energy's Spring Savings Event. Enhance your home with 20% off high-quality Andersen windows and enjoy energy savings as well as the modern or traditional window styles you love. For an entirely fresh look for your home, invest in beautiful interior and exterior doors from Codell. Expertly installed by Washington Energy Services and also 20% off. Great financing and service you can trust make Washington Energy Services the clear choice. Call today for a free estimate.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
Well, the comp picks are out, Brock, and the Seahawks did well, actually even better than expected, as they end up with a, 4th and 2 fifths. I think the thought was it would be a 4th, 5th, and 6th. So good on them. I mean, those are picks 137, 172, 175, and those are all valuable. Again, I'm going to kind of discount 6s and 7s. I think once you get to the 6th round, I don't know. You can find a gem.
I think you can look at 15 years of evidence with the Seahawks and
Right.
say how many guys in 15 years in the 6th, 7th round versus undrafted free agents, and
I
it's
think what Chris Carson was a seventh. Okay,
He was
look,
a
they
seventh.
happen.
Mike, he was a seventh.
Okay, fine. But I bet if you looked at it, the numbers between 6th and certainly 7th round picks and undrafted free agents are pretty similar.
Not very different.
But 5th rounders, I think you can still find some pretty darn good, serviceable players, and obviously an extra 4th is great. So they have 10 picks, 5 in the first 92. That means you don't need to start trading down if you don't want to, because you should have enough picks already.
That's right. So like 8 in the top 175, 5 in the top 92. In, again, a draft that Todd McShay we had on yesterday will tell you, this one's got a lot of volume. May not have the top end talent. I'm still hearing like 12 to 14, like legit first round grades, but 15 to 50, 15 to 60, 50. Yeah,
well, you got a lot of good. You got a lot of good picks in that area, which should be a blast as they start as we get ready here for the draft in about a month and a half.
Previews start. When do my draft
couple weeks, maybe a week or two. I think those are coming up pretty soon. So what are they doing? What are they up to? Why haven't they invested more here in the guard market? Mark Schlereth on yesterday with Wyman and Bob explaining what he thinks the Seahawks are up to.
It'll be interesting to see how Macdonald kind of operates this, but certainly from the outside looking in, and I don't know him and I have never sat down with him, but on the outside looking in, man, like it just feels like that dude knows what he wants, how he wants to build a football team, and it does feel like the two of those guys, he and John Schneider, are in lockstep on the way they want to build this thing. And I think the trading of Geno Smith and and getting draft picks and the way they're going to build, I feel like they have a plan. And, they're executing that plan, which is cool. It's cool to see that.
It does feel that way, although, again, it feels like part of that plan was to get someone like Will Fries near the top of the guard market.
Nothing more than feelings. Does Macdonald feel like a Northeast guy? Because when I think of a Northeast guy, I think of a Salk. I think of a Northeast woman, I think of a Mora. I think of just a hard-charging, hard-edge, highly opinionated. When I think of a Northeasterner, Belichick.
Well, he's a Northeastern. He was born in the Northeast, but he raised in the Southeast.
Yeah, but he spent his lifetime in coaching in the Northeast. In Baltimore.
He was raised in the Southeast. He's a Georgia guy. Yeah. Don't you think he is more than anything else a Georgia guy?
He spent a lot more time in the Northeast in his lifetime than he was in Georgia.
Well, at this point, I've spent more time on the West Coast than the East also.
But you're still a Northeast.
Well, there you go. And he was born in the Southeast, which is why he feels like a Georgia guy to me.
Does not feel like a Northeasterner, but these moves, honestly, and just kind of like I give you. What do you check on that? He was not born in Georgia.
He was raised there.
He was not raised. I'm going to look this up next. Push.
Did he go to high school in Georgia?
Here's the second thing you need to know.
He moved out of Massachusetts when he was young. He told us he was raised in Georgia. Young? Yes, went to high school and stuff in Georgia.
I'm gonna look this
up. Oh my God, you're frustrated. Why does this feel like the Bob Cross and Tom show now as we try to fact check ourselves in real time? Mariners with a day off yesterday, mostly. Bryce Miller wanted to stay on schedule, so he threw in a B game. Brian Wu back in the hill today as the Mariners host the Royals, and we'll just
2 weeks in a day, my brother. 2 weeks in a day to opening day.
Sounds
How
good.
about that?
All right, I'm ready. I'm going to get some of those pockets.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Kraken, or what's left of them, soldier on. I'm going to a game this weekend. I'll be there Sunday. I think my wife and kids are going Friday night to women. I think it's women in hockey night, which should be pretty cool. So the 3 girls are going with 3 other gals that they're friends with. Kraken split over the weekend. They return home. They have the Canadians tonight. Been playing you some of this Ron Francis sound from the pregame show on the Kraken Hockey Network the other day. And here is Ron Francis talking about what they did at the deadline.
So now by moving some of these contracts out, we've created probably around $20 million or more of cap space going into the offseason for free agency and potential trades. We've also now created the opportunity with 10 first and second round picks in the next 3 drafts to have draft capital to use in that situation as well. So a lot of things that we're looking to do. This is not something we're just trying to cut salary. This is something that we're trying to make space to try and improve our team in the offseason.
All right, well, I hope they do that because they need it. That is everything you need to know. Although, I got a text here from the 253 Brock that says, so maybe I missed it, But so far, I haven't heard anything about Moore's birthday dinner and need to know.
What?
I don't think it's a need-to-know-worthy situation.
253 disagrees with you, Maura.
Yeah.
They think it's a need-to-know moment. How was your birthday dinner last night?
It was spectacular. We went to Staple and Fancy in Ballard and did the 5-course chef tasting menu. Oh my gosh!
Any news come out of your birthday dinner last night? No news. There's nothing new. Nothing at all.
That's kind of creepy. You can make the sound. Don't speak like that.
Why are you talking like that?
I don't know.
Stop.
Just messing with you.
Creepy.
Just messing with
Hey,
you.
by the way, what you do need to know for our Spokane audience over there in the Eastern Washington where we're syndicated, Gonzaga got it done last night.
that's
And I
true.
was watching that and cheering that sucker on. St. Mary's got him twice, won the regular season conference title for the first time in like forever in that great rivalry. And Gonzaga said, not so fast, and finds a way to win the West Coast tournament last night. Those two teams, by the way, combined, 1 for 31 from three-point line. 1 for 31 from the three-point line, yet the Zags outdo the Gales.
A bunch of texts saying, well, do we know that Fries didn't just pick Minnesota over Seattle? Actually, according to the reporting, the opposite was true. He wanted to pick Seattle over Minnesota, but Minnesota ended up offering a couple more years, which meant more money and more security, which is why he went there. If you believe the reporting, and I've got no reason not to, no, they could have had the guy. They just needed to match the offer, and unfortunately, that wasn't the direction they wanted to go. Matt Hasselbeck, as we said, didn't start a game until he was 26. By that point, Sam Darnold had lost 55 of them, I think it was, or it started 55 of them. Started 55 of them. Sorry. We'll talk to Matt about Sam and more. I'll just shut up. Next on Brock and Salk.
Regroup.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
The Seahawks have their quarterback. ESPN's Adam Schefter says former Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold reached an agreement on a 3-year, $100.5 million contract with Seattle. Bump, your immediate reaction.
Let's get it. Got our quarterback, man. You know, a quarterback who fits this offense and what we think this offense is going to be. This was priority number one, was to get Sam Darnold.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Well, on this Wednesday morning, do you wake up a bit frustrated just kind of watching the whole financial scene and market just kind of crazy, and your insurance rates, this one thing that you just like to stay, somewhat stable, they're just exploding, your premiums are going up, you're frustrated, you don't even know what you have covered. Well, then you need to do exactly what Molly and I decided to do, and that is take the First Mark Challenge. We heard so many of these First Mark Challenge victories that saved people so much money. Boy, am I glad we did. We did a couple years ago, and it saved us a ton of money. And just as last year, we lost our carrier. And no problem, because First Mark's your teammate. And here's how they go to the work. For you, for me, for my mom, for my friends, they fully analyze your coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage. Then, like all of us, they go to the market. Dozens of major carriers they've worked with for years to find you the best fit. That is it. No more stress. No more confusion. They're your teammate, and they spent the last 30 years helping thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance. So don't wait a morning longer. Take the First Mark Challenge. And by the way, did I mention it's totally free? And you might be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. Firstmarkinsurance.com. Your teammate that goes to work for you.
Free consultations, no fee guarantees, 5-star reviews. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains the importance of going beyond these familiar offerings.
Accident victims want an attorney, Tom, that satisfies their needs. Someone who handles those needs with the highest degree of care. Pendergast Law offers the no-fee guarantees and free consultations, but these only scratch the surface.
Okay, explain more.
We make sure that every member of our team is genuinely passionate about helping others. Customer service and communication are our top priority. It's how we take care of our clients so they always feel one step ahead of the insurance companies. Our strong reputation for high standards provides comfort and confidence when it's needed most.
Pendergast Law offers the free consultations, the no-fee guarantees, and of course, they are 5-star rated. But what really makes them different is their genuine passion for helping others. I can't recommend them enough.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
That's PendergastLaw.com.
The smart way to improve home comfort is a new heat pump. New heat pumps from Home Comfort Alliance provide efficient heating and cooling in one unit. Upgrade today and enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off through March. Visit HomeComfortAlliance.com.
For over 113 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington, from the Space Needle in Seattle all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist with any lighting issue, including intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting experts since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
Your favorite Seattle sports show is available anywhere you go through the Seattle Sports app. Brought to you by Fred Hutchinson Cancer Center Proton Therapy. Full shows and interviews, exclusive video and articles from the home of the Seahawks and Mariners.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Hi, this is Nancy Penrose, owner of Big Trees in Snohomish. Spring has sprung. Need color to brighten up your yard or privacy trees to keep your neighbors guessing? Now is the time to buy. With hundreds of trees arriving in the nursery daily, Big Trees has the perfect tree for you. Check out our updated inventory list online at bigtreesupply.com or come visit the nursery today.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year and save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus one unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus one unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
Making fresh produce and food affordable and accessible to all is a mission Safeway is deeply committed to. G. Scott here. Your local Safeway has all the great benefits that SNAP-eligible families love, plus exclusive savings. Right now, save 50% on Fresh Pass memberships, plus get a monthly $5 credit, free unlimited delivery, $10 of free produce, and double rewards. Check out your Safeway For You app for all details and savings, or visit Safeway.com/snap for details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A little whistle, Brock. Just some whistling. On the Brock and Salk Show, Seattle Sports on 710, Seattle Sports.
So I did some research, okay?
Oh, you did?
Our guy was born in Boston.
Yeah.
And then attended high school in Georgia.
As I
and
said.
obviously went to the University of Georgia. So
Right.
formative years absolutely shaped
Right.
by the South. But then he spent the majority of the rest of his life all back up in the Northeast. I don't know. Was Baltimore not considered as Northeast as Boston?
No, it's sort of mid-Atlantic.
Is it more mid-Atlantic?
It's kind of the mid-Atlantic, Atlantic coast.
So it doesn't have like the edge that you...
I didn't say it doesn't have an edge. I just wouldn't consider it part of the Northeast. There
Okay,
are other
fair.
places.
Doesn't have the
with
edge that you
in
and a
the world.
Hasselbeck and a Mora kind of bring to the table.
Or Todd McShay, who joined us yesterday, who was trying to tell me that Swampscott was some, hard knocks town in the north side of Boston. Matt, good morning. How are you, sir?
Your West Coastness by not knowing the difference between Baltimore and Boston. Wow. That's like saying Seattle and San Diego are similar. I mean, what are we doing, bro?
What? Seriously?
What?
Get it together, man.
Isn't distance geography isn't like Baltimore to Boston, basically Portland to Seattle, and they're the same?
No, it's like 8 hours.
Is it really that far?
It's like an 8-hour drive.
And I will say at least 8 hours. I will say that Swampscott is legendary. Plays guys like Mike Eruzione and Dick Duran. It's a legendary town up here.
Tough guy town. It sounds like tough guy town.
I thought Eruzione's from Winthrop, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he lives there now.
Maybe he lives in Swampscott now. He's from Winthrop, which is an actual hardscrabble town.
Hey, who cares about details?
Hey, man. First of all, it's good to talk to you, and it's been too long. But we wanted to ask you, obviously, about the quarterback moves that have been going on here as the Seahawks go from Geno Smith to Sam Darnold. What kind of quarterback do you think they're getting?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think, number one, I think everyone's surprised that Geno's not back in Seattle. I think he was expected to be back there. And if Pete Carroll wasn't back in the NFL, I think Geno is still on the Seahawks. I think the Seahawks were comfortable with Geno, but it's been a shift. Obviously, you see the move. They changed the offensive coordinator. They changed the wide receivers. They're changing the quarterback. You can definitely tell that Mike Macdonald has a different vision for where he wants to go with this team. And, so they made the change. And for me, if you are making the change, then I think Sam Darnold was the perfect guy. He's the guy they targeted, and there were a lot of people that targeted him. But they came out as winners, and it's easy to see why.
Should the Seahawks have let $10 million or so bucks, that's what Albert Breer and others have reported, that Geno wants somewhere in that 45 to plus million range, and obviously they settled for 10 to 12 million less in that regard with Sam Darnold. Would you, if you were in that position, if you were John, and you had those conversations with Geno Smith or his people, because he's not talked to Geno, and Geno's not talked to him since, but talked to his people and said, yeah, this is the number, and if you were John Schneider and you're Mike Macdonald and you're the Seahawks, do you equally pivot from Geno, or is that $10 million delta something you would have swallowed?
No, I think the Seahawks did the right thing, and I'll just say, Brock, you know how it is. When you go through a contract negotiation as a player, usually your agent is talking to the team, and then you're not usually talking numbers at the beginning. You're talking people. You're talking comparables. Very similar to in real estate when you're buying a house. You're comparing this property and that property to your property. So at least when I was in contract negotiations, it was always hey, I want Chad Pennington money. And they're like, well, you're not getting Chad Pennington money. You're getting Mark Bulger money, and then you're like, what? You're giving me Mark Bulger money? And so sometimes players can get offended in that process. And, it's my understanding, I'm not obviously involved in the negotiations or anything like that, but it's my understanding that through the course of Geno's time in Seattle, there were times when his people, his agents, whatever, they were looking to get a new deal done. And as you guys know, better than probably anybody, the Seahawks don't do deals early typically. They don't, they don't do that. And so, when guys like Jordan Love are getting new deals, and Tua and Trevor Lawrence, and I'm sure Geno's agents want a new deal. And it's it's not happening. Sometimes your feelings can get hurt a little bit as a player. And then, from what I understand, I think Seahawks were comfortable giving Geno old Matthew Stafford money. And his people probably wanted more something hey, we're asking for Dak Prescott money. And these are all kind of fair conversations to have, but ultimately sometimes the player, their feelings get hurt, or they feel they just feel differently. And then I've said now all of a sudden your guy, Pete Carroll, he's Smiley, this is the guy that I kind of feel I owe everything to. He's back in the NFL. And now it's you know what? I got a new home. I got a new girlfriend that likes me better kind of vibe. And so I just think those things happen. And it's not even, at some point, it's not even about the numbers. And then as an organization, you just say, you know what, we're going to just pivot. We got a new coach. We're going to build it with his vision, with his people, and we move on.
You couldn't get Chad Pennington money?
That is actually ironically, that is the contract that I could not get to.
You're a much better quarterback than Chad Pennington. That's terrible. Who said you weren't Chad Pennington good?
listen. Some of it is.
I'm mad now.
Doesn't always match the. Well, I was mad at the time.
As you should be. That's an insult. I'm insulted on your behalf.
Come on, Holmgren. What are you doing?
Chad Pennington couldn't throw 12 yards down the field.
Hey, be nice. Be nice.
That guy had to take a crow hop to throw an out pattern.
But that really is how these contract negotiations go. You find players that you find are comps. The team does the same thing, and that's why I do think it's good to have an agent involved. But at the same time, you never want people to play their hand too much. You saw this happen in Boston recently with Brad Marchand. Like, Brad Marchand is captain of the Bruins. His agent, played hardball. Now all of a sudden he's on the Florida Panthers, and I'm sure like the player Marchand's like, shoot, man, like what the heck just happened? That kind of stuff can happen in contract negotiations, and that's why. I think that's part of the reason why Gino's no longer on the Seahawks.
Okay, so who is Sam Darnold to Matthew Hasselbeck?
I think Sam Darnold's a lot like me. Played way before he was ready to play. Didn't do very well. Had to kind of humble himself, take a step back to take 2 steps forward. And I think he's definitely earned the respect of the locker room that he's in right now. I also think that the reason that he feels so good about coming to Seattle, part of the reason is that Clint Kubiak's the offensive coordinator. They spent time together in San Fran. That relationship between play caller and quarterback is so important. And if you talk about just spinning off of that, who is Clint Kubiak? Clint Kubiak, obviously, you know the system that he runs. It's very similar to the system that Darnold's coming from, but also he does an excellent job of protecting the quarterback, not having a lot of sacks. All the kinds of things that sort of I think plagued a guy like Sam Darnold early in his career. Clint Kubiak is sort of like the perfect remedy for what he experienced on the bad side. He's got all the good in terms of what his skill set is and what they think of him.
So it's interesting that you kind of compare him to you, because I did some of that before you came on also. And Darnold's 27. You didn't make your first start in the NFL until you were 26 years old. I'm sure you remember these numbers. And then, is that when you believe you needed to grow up sort of in that 26, 27 age group? Because before then you hadn't really had a chance to start.
Yeah, and I think that start was a 9-6 barn burner win at Cleveland. So I probably should have waited till I was 27.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I just think studying Sam when he was coming out of college, he was so much younger than all the other guys. And you see it now around the league. I think there's guys like Bo Nix and, some of these other guys that might even be the same age or even older than Lamar Jackson. So, some guys just need more time. I was 17 as a freshman in college. I bloomed a little bit later than I should have. I think Sam Darnold, if I'm remembering correctly, when he was coming out in that draft, he was much younger.
Yeah, his first season was 20. He was 21 as a rookie with the Jets.
Yeah, and so for the Jets to throw him out there instead of letting him sit behind Josh McCown, I thought the Jets, surprise, surprise, did him a huge disservice. Huge. And so that was a terrible place to go. He was handled poorly, and he fell on his face. But he was, again, able to reinvent himself a little bit in San Fran, got an opportunity with Kevin O'Connell, who's a McVay disciple, and really, seized the next opportunity that he got.
So,
yeah.
So tell me about those years, because he has 55 starts before he turned 27. So everything before last year was 55 starts, didn't perform particularly well in those starts. What do you think you can learn as a quarterback from ages 21 to 26 having difficulties in the NFL?
Yeah, you learn from all of it. Even my career is over, and people bring up all these things oh, I remember this game. They bring up all the good stuff. I don't even remember the good stuff. All I remember are like sort of the failures and the learning lessons and the things I learned. Those are the things that I remember. Like, if you remind me of the good stuff, like, oh yeah, you're right about that. But I remember the lessons learned. And so, like, I just think that he's learned, like he probably won't say I was seeing ghosts at the press conference anymore. Like he won't, he'll remember going up against certain defensive coordinators like, oh, hey, don't fall for that trap again. Like, he's just weathered all these storms. He's learned how to be a better leader. He's been around people, like Josh McCown, like Kyle Shanahan, like all the people, and you grab bits and pieces from their game and make it your own. And I would say much the same way that Geno Smith did. Geno Smith fell on his face when he first came into the NFL. And then you see throughout the course of his career, he took bits and pieces of all these great quarterbacks that he was around, whether it was an Eli Manning or a Phillip Rivers or even a Russell Wilson, like taking little parts of their game and leadership styles and making it who he became. And so I just think Sam Darnold's done an amazing job of that. I think he's ready to lead, and I think Seattle's a great fit.
Earlier in the show, Matt, we did a fun little exercise. Salky kind of put my QB hat on and had me rank a bunch of these different attributes of quarterbacks. And Geno actually scored and graded very, very high. And maybe not a surprise because he's been a very productive player the last 3 years. When you look at Sam Darnold from your optics and your lens and what you know, what do you think are some of his great strengths? Where do you think there can be areas that he can continue to grow, and especially in this system?
Yeah, I think he's a much better mover in the pocket than he gets credit for. He does a really nice job of that. I love how he has two hands on the ball and he's not a fumbler. He just had an outstanding year last year. I think the thing that he's going to have to prove is just kind of that clutch gene, just making those plays that need to be made in playoff games or just in big games. That's going to be the thing. And I equate it, maybe I've told you guys before when I coach quarterbacks, there's a lot of quarterbacks that can make that throw. Just like there's a lot of golfers that could make that putt. But the difference between good and great, the guys who do it consistently for a long time are the guys that make the putt on the first try when the putt needs to be made. It's the same thing for a quarterback. You make the throw, the one opportunity when it arises, and not like a woulda, coulda, shoulda situation. And I think that's going to be the next step for him, to be in that rare air of consistency as a franchise quarterback.
You guys know the voice, Matt Hasselbeck, with us here on Brock and Salk. The other part of this crazy last week here in Seattle was jettisoning DK Metcalf as well. So now what? If you are looking for a wide receiver to put opposite Jackson Smith and Jigba, in this type of a system, what sort of attributes are you looking for there?
Yeah, well, I think if you step back and look at everything globally, like I mentioned earlier, you definitely see this is in Mike Macdonald we trust operation. Even though the Seahawks weren't in the playoffs last year, I think they won 10 games. They had a top 10 defense. He's got a vision, and that vision is like a Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh kind of team. We're gonna lead with our defense and run game. So we don't necessarily want a vertical passing 5-man protection Ryan Grubb type guy, and we don't need DK Metcalf. And Tyler Lockett was a cap casualty, and I'm sure that pained them to get rid of Lockett. But we don't need that. We're not a 4-wide team. We're not an empty 5-wide receiver type team anymore. So I don't know that they even need to spend the money there. Or I've seen some mock drafts that have people drafting a wide receiver in the first round. I don't know if that's the vision that Mike Macdonald has. He's probably looking at the trends around the league, where the teams that are relevant, like the Elite 8 teams at the end of the year, are teams that probably lead in rushing. And so, honestly, I think it's going to be the non-negotiable for the wide receiver group might be how willing are you to be a blocker,
right?
And can you win? Can you win in schematic routes? DK to me was the best in the world at 3 or 4 routes, but maybe not as versatile as some guys that are, not as heralded. And certainly if you're going to try to spread the money around, I don't think they want all the money in the wide receiver position based on what I think they're going to be philosophically, schematically with Clint Kubiak's offense.
All right, Matthew. Final question for me as you're on the road and you're driving. Statute of limitations is passed, okay? You can tell the stories. You mentioned briefly a little earlier about Pennington and everything else. Give me the most fascinating, because we're in contract talks with free agents right now. Contracts, certainly, were the undoing with Geno and DK and everything else. Give me the most fascinating Matthew Hasselbeck contract story that you had in your nearly 20 years in the NFL.
Oh, wow. Like I said, I remember the failures, Brock. I remember the failures more than anything. I guess I do remember one year where my contract was up, Walter Jones's contract was up, and Sean Alexander's contract was up, all at the same time. And they sort of tried to, I don't want to say like pin the three of us against each other, like they tried to kind of. And like, one of you guys is going to get franchised or like that. And I felt like the three of us did a good job of being like kind of having a conversation in an unselfish way. Like, hey, listen, like, let's not let this come between us. And let's also understand, like, let's try to go win, 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 win. Like 4 wins here, wins for us and wins for the team so we can do something special. And I don't know, I just thought the unity in that moment between the three of us and also the team was great. Like, it was great. And like the agents certainly, they weren't feeling that way. But we as the players said, hey, no, as the agents, like, you guys work for us. And we're going to try to do something special. We're trying to, hoist Lombardi's here. At least, we didn't get it done, but like that was the mindset. And I think if you can have that kind of a mindset, when the stakes are high, it's a lot of money. And but it was, I think that was a really, really good thing that happened that
cool.
I don't think ever got talked about.
Do you remember sort of the end here in Seattle? As one of the comps we were making is Pete essentially comes in, has a pretty similar roster, and at least the base of it in his first year. I know he made a lot of transactions, but the base of the roster had a lot of similarity. And then after that year, it felt like he really started to clean house and turn it into his team. Do you remember that time and kind of what it felt like in terms of the assessment, or I don't know how you would describe what Pete was doing in that moment?
Yeah, I do. And, it was Pete and John, and they were pretty great about communicating. And, that was also the NFL lockout. And so I remember after we lost in the playoffs against Chicago in the divisional round, I had a meeting with those guys, and it was a great meeting. They were like, hey, you're our number one priority. We need to know that you'd be willing to, like, mentor a young guy to someday, like, maybe someday soon replace you. And it was a great conversation. I was like, yeah, I'm good with that. And then the lockout happened, and a lot of time went by. And I just remember feeling like, well, either they're abiding by the rules to the letter of the law and having no contact, or they're maybe changing their minds. And I had an inkling which way that was. But when they called me, they just basically were like, hey, listen, we're going to make a kind of a drastic move here, year 2, and you're involved in it. But basically it's because this lockout created this nice opportunity to make a clean break.
Clean break.
Yeah, a clean break. I mean, right on cue. Wait, a clean return.
So I think the lockout played a part, but I also think that they were really great about it, talking about how they're going to establish a foundation for future success, and they absolutely did that year 1, and kind of ripped the Band-Aid off a little bit more, at least with me and a couple other guys the next year.
Well, we appreciate it, man. Thanks for. Where are you driving today? Where are you off to? What's on tap for Matt Hasselbeck?
I'm driving from Nashville, Tennessee, to Boston, but I'm stopping in Albany, New York. This is a geography lesson for you, Brock. In Albany, New York, to watch the Boston College women's lacrosse team take on the University of Albany. My middle daughter, Mallory, is the senior captain at BC, and we got a big one today.
So where are you now in the Hasselbeck rankings at BC? Because we know your wife, obviously
Hall of Famer,
and now you got other kid. You got your daughters.
Annabelle,
Where are you
stud.
now on the
Mallory,
list?
Star.
That's a good question. My daughter Annabelle, who will actually be in Seattle with me, we're going to help the Seahawks with the draft party.
Oh, cool.
On April 24th. That'll be cool. And 25th. My daughter Annabelle has, played in 4 national championships in 4 years and won 2 of them. So she might outrank us all right now. I don't know. But my daughter Mallory has, she's got this year and another year. So I'm probably 3rd, but could end up in 4th. I don't know. We'll see.
Just as long as you stay ahead of Tim, everything should be fine. Matt, we appreciate it, man. Thank you, and we'll talk again, and hopefully we'll see you in April when you're up here.
Awesome. See you guys.
All right, there you go. There's Matt Hasselbeck, 3rd or 4th in the Hasselbeck family now at Boston College.
I think that's fair. That is kind of cool, by the way. You think you know every story. You think you know all of history. And I was right there with all of those guys and know them all and consider all of them friends. But the fact that Matt says, no, the 3 of us were all due at the same time and told our agents, this is what I want. Like, this is what we're going to do. We're all going to take a little bit less. And obviously, Walter is, I think, the priority, the Hall of Famer, one of the best to ever do it at his position. And let's find a way for the 3 of us to get this done and stick around. And they did, and went on a heck of a run all the way to nearly a Lombardi trophy in Detroit. So pretty cool.
I miss the Matt Hasselbeck show. That was fun when we used to do that every week. He's a tremendous guest. He's a great storyteller.
He gets great guests.
He does. He's a really insightful human being and funny as well. So always good to talk to Matt. And yeah, hopefully we can sit down with him maybe in person when he's here for the draft.
You get the sense that he's buying Sam Darnold moving forward?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's like most people with Sam Darnold, buying it, but not all in. Don't you think?
Yeah, what is that term? Trust but verify.
Yeah, I think there's something there. He clearly showed something last year. I understand the moves and why you're willing to take the risk, but you gotta, make sure that it's real. And I don't know that anybody is in with both feet just yet.
Yeah, I think one of the things, and I know we got to get going here because
We gotta
Shannon
talk to
Drayer.
Shannon.
Drayer. Yeah, you know what? I'll save it for now.
Just save it, Brock.
I'm gonna save it for.
Would you stop trying to take Shannon's time?
Scar tissue.
We only have so much time.
9:30 scar tissue.
Scar tissue, like the Red Hot
9:30.
Chili Pepper song.
At 9:30.
That's coming up at 9:30 after Shannon Drayer next.
Seattle Sports. We're home for Wyman and Bob. Weekdays 2 to 7.
Your 2 most prominent players on offense said, I want out of here.
If you ask the texters, they would say both of them have attitude problems.
We'll see what Geno signs for. If he signs for somewhere in around 40 to 45, what does that say about how he felt about Seattle?
You got to put a lot of faith in John Schneider and Mike Macdonald. John said, we're not going to do anything that hurts the team. The team is number 1, the player is number 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Just Cause Legal knows the value of standing up for what's right. If you've been in a car crash, Just Cause Legal is here to fight for you. With aggressive auto insurance lawyers on your side, you will secure the compensation you deserve. Just Cause Legal makes the process as painless as possible. Don't wait. Time is critical. Get the help needed today. Visit justcauselegal.com or call 253-859-8899 and meet your legal lifesavers. Just Cause Legal, fighting for you.
Are you looking at diversification and stability with your investment portfolio, especially with the volatility right now in the stock market? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 18 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Maybe it's time to take a little risk off the table given market conditions. For stability, there's no better option than Legacy Group's Northwest Fund, a fixed return of 9%. Legacy's Northwest Fund also accepts IRA accounts as well. Find out why over 1,000 local investors have invested over $250 million in our Legacy family of funds. Get in touch with us today. Legacy's Northwest Fund returning 9% has limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or visit legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Legacy investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Lee Johnson culture to me is empowering all of your employees to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. There are certain things that it doesn't matter what level of employment you are in our organization. If it's not the right thing or it doesn't feel right, they have the ability to take care of the customer and make the decision without asking a manager, without asking an owner. The end result is they can speak to the customer with more confidence. They're definitely more confident in what they're trying to provide the customer, what the customer is trying to accomplish, and just giving them a better experience.
His name is Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of more than 300 full-time employees for the Lee Johnson Auto family. It's the united understanding among Lee Johnson employees that customers are the purpose of our day. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is for you too. Stubborn fat is really hard to get rid of, and then there's all those gimmicky lasers, fat freezing methods, and prescriptions. Imagine a simple solution that takes just one day and provides immediate noticeable results. Introducing ProSculpt. ProSculpt uses air-assisted technology that's safe and gentle yet powerful, delivering instant fat-reducing and skin-tightening results. Performed by board-certified plastic surgeons while fully awake, ProSculpt contours your body with minimal downtime. It's designed to target those problem areas: waistline, neck, face, arms, thighs. ProSculpt gently removes unwanted fat and tightens loose skin with FDA-cleared plasma technology, all in a simple, guaranteed one-day procedure. ProSculpt is one and done. Schedule your free consultation at prosculpt.com for $250 off. For powerful permanent fat removal and skin tightening that works for ladies and you men, it's prosculpt.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Our local tax expert Greg Nunn wants taxpayers to know the IRS is now going after older cases very aggressively. If you received Form CP-504 from the IRS, do not ignore it. Be proactive and resolve your situation with Greg Nunn, N-U-N-N, None Better Tax Resolution.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Give me a freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward. Not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
Well, the last almost week, last 5 or 6 days has just been so intense from a Seahawks NFL standpoint that it's almost a shame, Brock, because we've kind of gotten a little lost in the story that we were following so closely leading up to it, which was the Mariners at spring training, and kind of shame on us, but it's been so busy.
Does it feel like a month ago we were in Arizona?
It
feels
is
like
starting.
A month ago.
I mean, yes. Gino and DK and Darnold and all these huge stories that have taken place since then. But let's go down to Peoria now and talk to our insider, Shannon Drayer, who we miss dearly. Hi, Shannon. How are you?
Hi, guys. Yeah, I kind of missed you the last 5-6 days.
I know, and we're sorry about that. Believe me, there was just a lot going on up here. What has been going on down there? How have things felt over the course of the last few days?
You know, I think things are really going to start changing today. They had the off day yesterday. We are seeing, they haven't been announced yet, but you can tell that there are a lot of cuts that are going on. The minor league camp is open. They're playing games. You've got a place to send them. And Dan Wilson has also talked quite a bit about really wanting to get everybody into kind of play every day ready shape. and this is the time when it happens. It's the second to last off day. They're back with a regularly scheduled day game today, and he's got what looks like will be one of the lineups or something very close to it going against the Royals. So I think everything's been progressing. There's obviously been a couple of scares, Mitch Garver getting hit in the hand, and it was really kind of something to be saying that was a scare after, what we saw last year from him, offensively. But you do kind of feel like you kind of like him in that backup catcher role, and he is feeling pretty good right now. And I don't put too much, or if anything, into performance in spring training, but he feels good about where he's at the plate. And any offense is good offense for this team, so you hated to see that, but he's fine. He said he's about 80% today and hopes to start swinging a bat in the next couple of days, so you don't have to worry about going out and finding another backup catcher. Rick Riz is just fine. You saw him this morning. I think that's probably the biggest story since you guys were, immersed in the football.
Is he bandaged? Does he have a wrap around his head? Is he okay?
He's fine, but you know what? It's scary because I went back. I was not there. I stayed back for a work day thinking that nothing was going to happen in that game, bad instincts. And when I listened to the audio of it, you could just hear how fast that ball got back there. Like, I don't think I've heard it that fast before. And I talked to Gary afterwards. He said, had I been in that seat, it would have gotten me. It wasn't a matter of not being able to get out of the way. It was that fast, and it's on the back of his head because he was diving to the floor, and that's why it caught him on the back of the head. So just really, it's something that you think about in some ballparks, and that one you're going to think about more.
I'm really glad he's okay so that I don't feel as bad about laughing at the audio when I heard it later. Because the audio is something, and I'm really glad Rick's okay. Otherwise, it would not be funny at all.
We couldn't lose Trumpet Guy and Rizzer in the same. It wasn't going to happen. He's too tough for that.
He's too important.
How's furious George? That's what I want to know. Is he just steaming mad around that building, or what?
Yes. He's really mad. He wants to know what the fuss is about. He wants to be out there pitching. The owners are down here today, and so I did see him in the hallway talking to John Stanton or shaking his hand as he walked by, and seemed fine. Saros is in camp, and he loves talking to, if you don't know about him, he's with the Athletic and really breaks down pitching like nobody else. And then Adam Ray showed up, and that's another one of George's favorites. So I think George is okay today.
Finally. Jeez.
It's kind of a day-to-day thing. But this is a good George day, and if only they would let him throw. But hopefully we'll see that. As long as we see that before we leave camp, which is rapidly approaching, I think I'll feel okay about it. But, I'm not going to feel great about it until I see that. But by all indicators from George himself, he thinks he should be throwing right now. So hopefully that's a good sign.
You get a sense of who's going to take the last couple spots in the bullpen yet?
Well, yeah, Seth Martinez. That's why they went and they got him. And then at that point, I think Bizzardo was probably next up. He's kind of stumbled of late. And I'll say that you hear that name and you think of the 5 runs that he gives up from time to time. He was solid at the end of last year for, September, a little bit of August, definitely. He was okay at the beginning of camp, had a disastrous outing the last time. But I think Casey Legumina will probably get that spot. And that's somebody that they kind of had an eye on the entire time. We'll have to wait and see. But he's the kind of Paul Sewald comp, kind of the different angle, and he has had some success down here. I don't know. It's not going to be for a long time. Troy Taylor is throwing again. Matt Brash is throwing a live batting practice today. It's the first one he's thrown since the surgery, so that's where all eyes will be at 11:45 today. And Trevor Gott is not far off either. So it's there's a lot of depth that's just not quite available yet.
What about Gregory Santos, who we spent so much time talking about last year, and I feel like I've barely heard his name this year, which maybe is a good thing. Where is he at?
Well, you know what? I was just talking with a couple of the other reporters about it. He pitched in that ill-fated Maryvale game and, threw one to the backstop about 12 feet high. And just has kind of looked like what the little that we saw of him is like he can be all over the place and somehow come back and get the strikeout because the stuff is just that good. And I think that it's a situation where They're going to try and pitch him a little bit more in these last 2 weeks, and we're under 2 weeks right now, but they'd like to see a little bit more consistency from him, but he's just not going to be that guy. He's going to be the guy that, scares the hitters when he's warming up. And I've always said I think it's a great idea if you can throw 100 to throw one straight to the backstop in your warm-up. Why not? I think he's that guy. They've done a lot of work with him. They've reworked. He didn't have much of a routine. We've kind of talked about this before. He's got a lot of experience. He's been around actually for a decent amount of time. Just has never had, a ton of track record. And, because of the ups and the downs that he's had and some of the injuries, they need him right now because you don't have Matt Brash, because you don't have the others in the back of that bullpen. So I think, he definitely is on this roster to start the year, but I think they'd feel better if it was a little bit less of a roller coaster when he comes in. But I think he's only thrown in 3 outings. So I think if he gets like 3 more between now and they break camp, you'll have a better picture of where he is. And he feels great. He feels fine. He's not concerned about any of it. The stuff is certainly there. It's just the command.
Last thing for me here, Shannon. Should we anticipate today seeing that email with the roster transactions of a lot of these young guys that we've gotten to get a little taste of, the Emersons, the Montezes? Is it time for the young guys to be sent down?
Yeah, I've already seen them. They're walking over to the other side of the clubhouse as we speak. I think we'll probably hear the official news within the hour. And
which one jumped out? Which one jumped out more than any other of all the young guys that were up? Which one made the biggest impression on Shannon Drayer?
Emerson. Colt Emerson did. And you think that he is just 19, and that's just what kind of really, it just the realization hits you that he's got it all put together. And, I have heard from some in the industry that he very well at midseason could be a top 5 prospect in baseball, and getting him in front of you, even though he wasn't getting the hits, but you see how advanced he is at the plate, how consistent he is and comfortable he is with his swing. He doesn't try to overdo anything out there. He's got a good idea of, the strike zone, and the 14 pitch at bat was just spectacular. And he's got some tremendous pop, looks good at shortstop too. And, he's got a maturity about him that you don't see from many 19-year-olds. And I think that, to me, I understand how he could move up the rankings that quickly. And I also understand how he could be a sooner rather than later, which sounds crazy that you could see he'll turn 20, in a couple of months, but you could see another 20-year-old perhaps.
Yeah, maybe we'll see him next year at some point. Would be pretty
or
crazy.
Or maybe even September, depending on where they're at,
Remarkable. Hey, last little very short thing. I'm sorry, I know we got to run.
There we go again.
Very short, though. Oh, my gosh.
Every time.
What is wrong? You're the only one thinking about this.
No, she was too. Every day.
Well, the two of you, it's on your mind. I'm not thinking about it. Did I see Andres Munoz do an interview in English the other day during the Root broadcast?
Oh yeah, he's done that for a while.
Has he? I don't feel like I had seen them. I felt like I'd only
he's
seen
done it a bunch. He's done it.
I could say
I know he had done a few
2
with
years
you.
ago.
What?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. All right, well then never mind. We gotta go. Shannon, quit taking up our time.
That was a dumb
Shannon, we've got to go.
I think he did one with Wyman and Bob.
That's not true.
Yeah,
There's no way.
Yeah,
Shannon,
he did.
this can't be real. You know what? We've got to go. Would you stop demanding to come on this show and criticizing everything? Shannon Drayer's the best. She's our Mariners insider. It's powered by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Shannon, we love you. We miss you. We'll see you soon.
You got it.
There you go. There's Shannon Drayer. We better go to break. I'm clearly off my game today. It's Brock and Salk. We'll be back with everything you need to know, and then scar tissue after that here on Seattle Sports.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
What can Sam Darnold do that Geno Smith can't?
Oh, Sam's arm's better. It's stronger. Sam's arm talent is crazy. Geno's placing of the football has been better. When I watched the last few games of the season with Sam Darnold, he was getting pressured, and some of his throws were off. He doesn't feel comfortable when he's sitting there and you have big D-line and linebackers getting at him. The Kubiak offense should help him get better at that.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, let's talk luxury and what happens when comfort meets elegance. Yes, it all awaits at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, because this summer you're going to get to experience the breathtaking Cascade views, the world-class dining, the best entertainment with the new hotel opening up at Snoqualmie. Yep, they're going to have signature and grand suites, premium and deluxe king and 2 queen rooms. It's going to be awesome. Yeah, 2,000-seat entertainment space and convention center, the new food venues and restaurants. Pretty cool. Get more details. Visit snocasino.com. It is Seattle's closest, and it's now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
March is here, and Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland have teamed up to take away your car buying madness. At Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton, they have the widest selection of new and certified used inventory and the largest savings in the region. Now that's a slam dunk. The all-star staff at Toyota of Renton and Kirkland will assist you with a test drive, and you can score that car the very same day. Come see for yourself or visit online at toyotaofrenton.com or toyotaofkirkland.com.
O'Brien. We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Hello, Seattle. It's your friendly neighbor, the T-Mobile Park roof. From up here, I can see it all. Folks pouring in from the street, the sun setting over the sound, the roar of the crowd as Luis Castillo pumps his fist, and the joy of the J-Rod squad as Julio snares a deep fly ball at the wall.
He reaches up with a leap and he makes the catch.
And all the faces smiling with every perfectly grilled hot dog and swirl of soft serve. When the final out's made, I'll be right up here, lighting the W and soaking it all in. Mariners baseball. Try it inside.
The Mariners are kicking off the season with a stacked slate of promotions, including a Julio Bat Flip Bobble March 31st to April 2nd, and a Cal Platinum Glove Bobble April 7th to April 9th. All 6 dates are Mariners value games, which means you can score seats starting at just $10. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
The John Schneider Show.
Every Thursday until draft day on Wyman and Bob.
Listen live Thursdays at 4 p.m. or watch the interviews on the Seattle Sports YouTube page.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
So, influencer life going well?
Oh, yeah. I'm up to 32 followers.
Oh, that's something.
Yeah, posting my tap dancing videos is easier than ever because we engineered Xfinity Internet with 99.99% network reliability.
Plus, Xfinity Mobile with Wi-Fi Power Boost gives you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. But wait, tap dancing? You don't tap dance.
Hey, what I lack in skill, I make up with passion.
Do more of what you love and love how fast you do it with Xfinity Internet and mobile. And now through April 21st, get 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and 1 unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Savings compared to Verizon 5G Internet plus 1 unlimited welcome line and AT&T Internet 300 plus 1 unlimited starter SL line. Xfinity Internet required. Actual speeds vary. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
This is the story of the one. He's responsible for keeping a leading healthcare facility clean and safe. And he trusts Grainger's high-quality HVAC cleaning and safety products, combined with their world-class supply chain, to consistently deliver, ensuring he's covered inside and out, so he can focus on keeping his facility clean to help protect the health of everyone inside. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protein, protein, protein. Everyone is trying to get protein in their diet. But we need fats too. Healthy fat, that is, like the rich, natural peanut and almond butters found at G2G protein bars. Most bars don't have it because, well, most bars aren't real food or refrigerated. Fortunately for you, we aren't most bars. At G2G, you'll find a balanced helping of protein and healthy fat. The fact that they're delicious is just the bonus. They're fast, easy, and perfect for on-the-go families. G2G protein bars. Find them in the refrigerated section at Costco.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Here's what you need to know. Up first.
A little surprised that we haven't seen another Seahawks move since, obviously, Sam Darnold and then the Josh Jones, the swing tackle. You a little surprised nothing else has come out since then?
No. I mean, I was hoping, I think like a lot of folks, for Will Fries, and that was disappointing. And, you know, if you were in that camp, maybe more disappointing hearing that A, wanted to be here, and B, if there could have been added years to it, he might be a Seahawk and could have filled that right guard spot or left guard spot, you know, without having to do that and really prioritize that in the draft. But no, I'm not surprised. How can you be surprised? This has been, by and large, the way they've done business for 15 years. They have not been a wave one.
I know that. I guess I still
agency.
thought that after the DK and Geno moves, we would see a little bit more of the money spent from those guys to rebuild the offensive line. Now, in DK's case, I mean, reading through, if I think I understand the salary cap implications, you don't really get any savings on that until next year, when you're going to save a ton of money. But this year, I think it actually costs you a little bit of money to have traded DK. So maybe you don't have it right away. But long term, if you're signing a guard for 5 years, I mean, you can certainly move a lot of that cap into next year and use the money created, the space created by trading away DK Metcalf.
Or you're going to try to do what you've done for 15 years, and that's sign the guys that you love. If you believe that Spoon and Charles Cross and some of these guys, certainly Charles Cross, and, you know, is up for a contract, and make sure you have enough in the kitty to take care of your own.
Yeah, it feels like you should be able to do both of those things. And the fact that they did offer a 3-year deal to Fries in that same range tells me that they think so too. They just haven't been able to get it done. And that's a little frustrating. Here is James Palmer yesterday with Bumpin' Stacy talking about what they're doing and how they're trying to build this thing.
I think, you know, you have one side locked in, and I think now the thinking is this, like, we've got our quarterback, we have him on a Baker Mayfield type deal, which was what everybody thought that Sam Darnold was going to roughly get, which doesn't break the bank on what we want to build around him. And now you go, we have these picks in the top 92, what is it, 5? We have a new offensive coordinator in Clint Kubiak, which I've talked to you guys about before in the past. Like, he builds his offense a specific way. That style of offense needs a specific type of offensive lineman, in all honesty. All right, now we get to build it all together with our offensive coordinator in mind and in the meetings on how we build this offense. There's some positivity to that. There's some risk. You don't get the guys in the draft, but you do get to build it now with the offensive philosophy in the building.
Yeah, and you heard Matt Hasselbeck say that. You heard Jordan Babineau reiterate and double down on that. Why he was such a good prognosticator with both DK and Geno is that, hey, man, new coach, new system. These are the kind of guys that I want. And maybe they felt, and you kind of yelled at me yesterday, and I understand that, and people can yell at me all they want. But maybe this new O-line staff, and there's a whole bunch of them, said, yeah, I'm sorry, that guy's not a fit, and Hernandez is not a fit. And, yeah, and Fries was a fit at a certain number.
Then go get him.
But once it got beyond that number, they just feel like that has further ramifications and implications down the road, Salk. It kind of gets back to, 9:30 will be a little scar tissue, and Maura did ask a good question. And maybe it'll be a deeper one for even tomorrow.
You sound shocked by that.
No, I'm not shocked at all. Don't you dare say that. Okay, don't you dare try to put a
I want the focus off of me. Let the two of you fight for a little while. I don't want the focus on me anymore.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
We do have a Mariner lineup for today, and Shannon suggested it is essentially like the Mariners lineup. Like, this is pretty close to what it would be opening day. Mitch Garver obviously still hurt, so you end up with Tellez in the DH spot, and no Luke Raley. They've got Solano in there at first base, but you're looking at what is essentially a major league lineup with all three of your outfielders there. I don't have it in front of me.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is that something I was supposed to have in front of me?
Well, it sure looked like it sounded like you had it right in front of you. Put together a lineup, put on a lineup.
Probably should. Here it is. Robles, Julio, and then Cal catching, Arozarena in left, Polanco at third, Solano at first. As I said, Rowdy Tellez, DH. Dylan Moore at second, and J.P. Crawford at short with Brian Wu on the mound. I mean, that's a major league lineup. That's what they'll be running out there.
I mean, for those guys, they're less than 2 weeks away from heading out of town.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 weeks from tomorrow is opening day, and I would think kind of sense of urgency goes up. And as Shannon said there, maybe something a little bit different too with Dan. Some of that, hey, making sure we're ready to go, as you're going to see a lot of the regulars over the next couple weeks.
Sounds pretty good. And then Mitch Garver, good news, hit on the hand. He said today he's about 80%. Little swelling, some bruising, but nothing broken. So hopefully he'll get back in
the
there.
in-reser know what that feels like.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Mentioning the Kraken back at it tonight. They've got Montreal in town, followed by Utah on Friday, and then Winnipeg on Sunday. Ron Francis did speak with the pregame show on TV this weekend and tried to explain kind of where they're at and whether or not this is a rebuild after the moves they made at the deadline.
This is not a rebuild. We think we've got a lot of pieces in place. We think we're a lot closer than maybe some other people think we are. And with the assets now in the cap space, we think we can push that along hopefully a little quicker.
Okay, good. So if you can use those assets, the extra first and second round picks, and you can use the cap space that you just built to find yourself a star player, maybe that's Mitch Marner this offseason. There have been a couple other names that have surfaced as well. Great. That's totally like an acceptable way to get it done. But I'll keep saying this, until you have a star player on this team, there's just no way for them to succeed the kind of way that you want them to, because you got to have at least some star.
Yeah. Speaking of stars, they were shining in Vegas last night for Gonzaga. Beat
those two.
Yeah, those poor Gales, man. Beat St. Mary's 58-51. Yet another WCC tournament crowned. Poof, how about 1 for 31 from behind the three-point line for the two teams combined?
It's not great.
Not a pretty shooting night. Hey, question for you. That's everything you need to know. I gave you a big picture kind of hockey question earlier about all these really good teams based on, and we'll get to this a little bit with the scar tissue and kind of Sam Darnold's career. You heard from Matt Hasselbeck, kind of how his career unfolded with age. Ron Francis is saying, well, hold on a second. Matty Beniers 22, Shane Wright's 21. Can guys become stars? Can they become stars with more age and maturation? Or do you kind of know a star at 18, 19, 20, 21 in the old NHL maybe quicker than some of the other sports?
I think you tend to know. And that's not to say I think at this point we've seen 3 years of Matty Beniers. I think we have a pretty good idea of who he is. It's not to say he won't improve over the course of his career, and I would expect that he does. But I'd be shocked if he went from what he's been in 3 years to being a legitimate big-time, lead you to the Stanley Cup kind of star. Okay. And we've heard from virtually everybody we've asked. And I've been saying this since the beginning. Second-line center. It's great. Super helpful. Got to have him. Two-way guy. Plays in all three zones. But not like a number one lead you to a Stanley Cup center. And Shane Wright, look, he can still develop, and I think he'll still get better. But again, got to have the defense. If he can't be responsible enough in his own end, then he's not going to get the playing time to be a top-line guy. He's always going to be relegated because the coach just can't trust him. He can grow into it, but that's going to be on him. And we've heard every coach who's been around him kind of have to coach him and work with him and worry a little bit about the want to and effort. So it can happen, Brock.
Gotcha.
But I will admit being a little skeptical that it's going to in those two cases. All right. Brock wants to talk scar tissue next on Brock and Salk.
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
A massive weekend for the Seattle Seahawks. We have basically a new look team to talk about. Bump, when I left the office on Friday, Geno Smith was still on the team. DK Metcalf was still on the team. And here we are now talking about a team without both of these guys. What was your reaction to the news?
I was shocked. It was interesting, but now I'm looking at this ball club and I'm thinking, no Geno, no DK. What is this thing going to look like?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. J.P. Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from.
Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No, we tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes, our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first, because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Whatever you love, find it on eBay. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive knows if you have to choose between everyday life and your RV, RV wins.
What, are you going to take the RV to the lake or clean out your closet?
RV wins!
Putting the dishes away or taking the RV camping?
RV wins!
Cleaning the fridge or taking a trip to the beach?
RV wins!
You might want to clean the fridge real quick because, mold.
We clean out the fridge, then take the RV out.
With Progressive, you can bundle your RV with your home or auto and save with a discount and spend more time enjoying those savings in your RV. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states and situations.
Looking for a smart way to improve your home comfort without breaking the bank? 2 words, heat pump. John Curley here. Upgrade to Home Comfort Alliance Heat Pump and get efficient heating in the winter and cooling in the summer in one unit. Heat pumps use less energy and are environmentally friendly. Plus, enjoy 18 months, same as cash financing, and up to 15% off all heat pumps and air conditioning systems through March. Home Comfort Alliance for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Visit homecomfortalliance.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
Swedish Cyberknife has been serving the Pacific Northwest with innovative and compassionate care since 2006. The Cyberknife system, with advanced tracking technology and robotic design, keeps the radiation on target even with tumor or patient movement. Being able to precisely and accurately deliver radiation makes a difference in terms of controlling cancer and reducing the risk of side effects. And the treatment is completed in only 5 sessions, lasting less than an hour. But the technology is only half the story. The skilled and dedicated team of providers and caregivers match the technology by providing unparalleled, personalized treatment plans and compassionate care. They are committed to patient-focused care, partnering with the patient and their families. The results speak for themselves. Patient surveys consistently give Swedish Cyberknife the highest of rankings. When diagnosed with prostate cancer, consider treatment with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife.
Can you take the power of your home internet almost anywhere? Well, with Xfinity, you can. Do more of what you love in the places you go the most with internet and mobile together. Xfinity built a network that's 99.99% reliable. Plus, Xfinity Mobile has Wi-Fi Power Boost, giving you ultra-fast Wi-Fi at home and on the go. Get the same reliable network in the places you need the most. The coffee shop, the grocery store, or the game. All to power more of what you love, whether you're a gamer, streaming, or work from home. Whatever you're into, you'll love how fast you can do it with Xfinity Internet and Mobile. And now through April 21st, get 3 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one unlimited mobile line together for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract. And save $1,000 in your first year over Verizon and AT&T. Plus, ask how to get a free premium 5G phone. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Restrictions apply. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. Savings compared to Verizon 5G, Internet Plus One Unlimited Welcome Line, and AT&T Internet 300 Plus One Unlimited Starter SL Line. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced speeds after 30 gigabits of usage per line. Data thresholds and actual savings vary.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Trash takes coming up in less than 15 minutes. The Trash Master will be holding court and seeing what's out there this week from all of you and your attempts to win this week's Trash Award. Brock, you said you wanted to talk scar tissue involving these Seahawks. I assume you're talking about fan scar tissue? Or
no, just Sam Darnold.
Just Sam
tissue,
Darnold.
Just quarterback scar tissue.
Just a little scar tissue.
Pretty good.
You know
no
this
idea.
Is, right?
Those were the first couple words of that song.
You know the song, right? And you know who this is?
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Hey, there we go. Did I already say that?
You did.
Okay. Did
3
you know
times.
before? Would you have known it otherwise?
I think actually I could have got that
Okay.
one.
Yeah, they're
do you know
pretty.
Do you know who this is? I'm just watching.
I mean, yes, it's Creed. Of course.
Yeah.
You don't
Have
think
you
I know Creed when I hear it?
Well, yeah. I'm just watching Gardner Minshew workout video.
That's
to
what he's
Creed.
doing.
It's pretty good.
All right.
yes.
Tell me about Sam Darnold's scar tissue.
Yeah, I think that's always kind of the fascinating projection. Just listening to Matt Hasselbeck a whole bunch and Matt kind of compare his career, right, and his age. You mentioned that even before Matt jumped on, Matt didn't start a game in the NFL until he was 27, 26. And by that point, Sam Darnold had started 55 and got beat up and got knocked down and got humbled and did build up scar tissue. This was Hasselbeck talking to us last hour about just that path and that journey as a young quarterback and what you learned.
I think Sam Darnold's a lot like me, played way before he was ready to play, didn't do very well, had to kind of humble himself, take a step back to take 2 steps forward. And I think he's definitely earned the respect of the locker room that he's in right now. I also think that the reason that he feels so good about coming to Seattle, part of the reason is that Clint Kubiak's the offensive coordinator. You know, they spent time together in San Fran. That relationship between play caller and quarterback is so important.
And you know what I was thinking about as he was talking about it, and you asked him a follow-up question, which was exactly in my mind, and I was curious how he was going to answer of it. What did change? And I would say this 100 times out of 100. What really changed in many ways was, yes, individual maturation from Matt and growing up and handling adversity. And it was also a guy by the name of Jim Zorn. And I was there for this. You know, I got to watch, Jim Zorn handle as a quarterback coach, as a former player, to guide Matt, to pour into him, to challenge him, to hold him accountable, to hold other coaches in that building accountable. Like Jim was such a difference maker in that maturation. And then, well, I think about other QB, Salk. I think about Rich Gannon and what John Gruden and the Raiders at that point meant for him is he had to kind of mature. I think of Geno Smith and what Pete Carroll meant to him, right? Speaking life into him.
You're
and really
finding the person to believe in you, right?
Yes, I think of, honestly, Damon Eward in the season in Kansas City, and he would tell you the same thing. He was second in the league in QB rating that year when Trent Green got knocked out for 10 or 12 games that Damon played. And Damon would say, man, Dick Vermeil, and more importantly, Terry Shea, my quarterback coach. And I think Matt
I bet you nobody believes in you quite like Dick Vermeil.
Yeah, I mean, he's a crier.
Right,
He
just
does it with
such an
tears.
emotional,
Just personal, emotional
I got to
guy,
imagine maybe Pete in his own way, but I would imagine nobody authentically believes in you quite like Dick Vermeil.
Yeah,
Should ask Damon about that at some point. I don't think I ever have.
But he did for Kurt Warner too.
Right.
Remember when Trent Green got hurt there and he poured into Kurt Warner and they go on to win the Super Bowl and all of that.
So weird, by the way.
So in order to, a lot of these breakthroughs, and Matt made the point about Clint Kubiak being with Sam Darnold in San Francisco. And I am sure that played somewhat of a role as Sam is looking at free agency. Money was the biggest driver, obviously, because that speaks organizationally about how much they trust in you.
Sure.
But then that individual person can be so important to cutting through that scar tissue and being like, I got you. I got your back. Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota last year for Sam Darnold, and the equity interest that he engendered and garnered there. But I just don't think people realize how important that is in this kind of journey.
And if now he's got that level of confidence to go with the humility, that seems like a pretty good combination.
Yep.
After having been humbled and then figuring it out. And you know, we played this Schlereth sound earlier. Let me play it for you again because I think it's pretty good. And it goes with that belief. I mean, I think it's hard to have one without the other. But this was Mark Schlereth yesterday with Wyman and Bob talking about how Sam Darnold's journey kind of led him to today.
He had other opportunities to go elsewhere and compete for a starting job. And he said, no, I want to come to San Francisco because I want to learn how to play offense. I want to learn NFL offense. I have not been given the opportunity. So he takes less money to back up Brock Purdy in San Francisco. And Brock told me, and I quote on this too, been invaluable in my development. The guy has been such a great teammate and, you know, and just what he does to help Brock prepare. And so here's a guy that kind of humbled himself and said, man, I need to learn how to play this game. And then you see him go to Minnesota last year. And, you know, for 17 or 16 games, he balled out.
Yeah, I like that story, and Mark tells great ones. He's a really good storyteller in general, and obviously well-connected, and has a pretty good view on what's going on in the league. Part of what jumps out to me there, Brock, is when he says he had to go learn how to run an NFL offense. How bad is the Jets organization?
I mean, it's been pretty bad
I know.
for a long time.
But it's funny. You can kind of use its awfulness to look at both sides of what the Seahawks could have done here. On one side, it speaks to Geno Smith and now Sam Darnold and these guys that went there at the beginning, struggled badly, ruined their reputations, and then had to go figure it out somewhere else. On the other hand, it speaks to that conversation we've had a few times about taking the risk at the bottom of the league to get into the draft and find yourself the next Jaden Daniels. And you say, well, look at the Jets, and these teams have been there forever. Well, yeah, because they stink. I mean, like if the Jets had figured out the Sam Darnold of last year, they wouldn't be at the bottom anymore. They'd have had Sam Darnold for all of those years playing well.
Yeah.
Right? If they had had the right coaching and they had had the right idea of how to develop Sam Darnold, they would have gotten Minnesota Vikings Sam Darnold instead of the one they did. If they had figured out all those years ago how to coach and work with Geno Smith and had the right coaching staff there and the right people around him, Geno Smith turns into the Geno Smith he was here in New York with the Jets. So I'm not convinced that argument you've made a few times of being worried about being stuck at the bottom forever, I'm still not buying it. I think if you've got good people to surround that quarterback, especially with the coaching staff, I think you can get yourself out of that real quick.
Yeah, and you got to have a really good organization. It's interesting. I'm looking at these QBs available. Gardner Minshew is out there and available. Carson Wentz is out there. Our buddy Drew Lock is out there. And the one is just so, gosh, just, I don't know, troubling or whatever it is, or just speaks to the pothole of playing the position is Trey Lance. Trey Lance was the number 3 pick to the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, but the Niners are a good
49ers have made
organization.
it work with Jimmy Garoppolo. They made it work with Brock Purdy. Kyle Shannon's made it work with everybody.
Yeah, so he
Every
was
quarterback
a
he's ever
bad
touched.
pick. What did they do? They moved on.
Yes, they
They're
did.
like,
in a
yeah, we're
hurry.
not going to get stuck with that. This was a mistake. Move on.
Yep.
And they
In a-
did very
in a hurry.
quickly, and it worked for them. I mean, I don't know. I like what the Seahawks have done, as I said a few times today, as I'm sort of thinking through it and trying to look at what they did as a whole. I really think it makes a ton of sense. You trade your older quarterback for a similar type of quarterback for less money who's a lot younger. Great. Right? You can use that money elsewhere. That's incredibly helpful in this NFL. Wide receiver, you trade a guy who wants to get paid huge money and you get a second and third round pick. You can probably use one of those 2 picks to replace him. Heck, Matt Hasselbeck told us the most important skill for a wide receiver in this offense might actually be his ability to block. And that's fine. DK's good at that, but you're not going to spend $30 million a year for your wide receiver to block. So great. I mean, like, you get a second and third and all of that savings in order to move on from a receiver that didn't really fit what you were doing anyway. I mean, like, taken in a vacuum, those moves are great. But again, I just want the team to ultimately find a way to be great And in order to be great, you got to have a great quarterback, and it's really hard to find those guys other than at the very top of the draft.
Yeah, I jumped on the other day. It was kind of fun, serious after our show with Rich Gannon. And
cool.
And that's why maybe his name also came to my mind as one of these kind of late bloomers that struggled early on and needed some of that adversity, needed some of that scar tissue, and ultimately someone to really believe in him and pop in his career. And he said, gosh, do people up there in Seattle appreciate and respect John Schneider's eye for quarterbacking?
I think so.
You think so? I think that there is such a frustration on the offensive line component of it.
I think they do.
I don't know if there's that appreciation for finding Russ in the third round.
I don't know. I would disagree with you. I think there is. And I think we've said multiple times, how many times have we said, if John looks at a quarterback and says, this is the guy I want, I believe him. I trust him. Like, all I want, and that was sort of even the argument a few years ago about Malik Willis. Like, do I think he's great? No, not necessarily. But I would be excited if the Seahawks drafted him because it would tell me that John Schneider had that conviction. And when John's had a conviction about a quarterback, he's been right.
Yes.
I mean, that doesn't mean he's been perfect. Right? I mean, he's brought in other guys here. I mean, Charlie Whitehurst and what was that tall guy who was, I mean, he couldn't throw. He was awful.
Paxton Lynch.
Oh, my God, Paxton Lynch. Worst thing I've seen in person. I mean, couldn't play. Couldn't play the game. Could not play. Oh, my God, he was bad.
Well, he went in the first round.
He didn't really bring him in, right? He just
brought him in to compete in the backup role. Right, I know. Some of the backups have not all been great.
Right.
But when John has had a conviction about a quarterback, he's been right.
Yep. And I think, honestly, that played somewhat of a role here with Sam, right? Because the one part of this aspect, and Breer talked about it, and others have talked about it over the last week or so, is we just assume, we just assume, it makes all the sense in the world. But he still had to pick here, right? And Pittsburgh is still without a home quarterback. New York Giants are still without a home quarterback, right? Sam Darnold, I think, had plenty of opportunities, right? In this market, he was kind of the top dude. And he, too, decided
as I look through all the options that John had, once you traded Geno, you had a few different options. I think he chose the best one. There's only one other that, looking through it now, I think he could have gone with. Do you know which one I would look at and say, okay, this is the one other available option that, in retrospect, I think might have made sense for him to try right now?
Okay, let me put my
trading for Anthony Richardson. I know.
That one's an interesting one in its own way, Lyle. And obviously, I think we know where you stand on it.
Interesting is a nice way to put it.
Yes, I think that's that's certainly.
I mean, Nick Mullins, 2 years, $6.5 million.
That was probably not the one I was looking at now.
Justin Fields?
Nope. Nope, that's not it. The one option I think you could have gone down the road, because I think it had an opportunity to work out, and if not, it would be such a disaster that you'd be picking in the top 5, is Daniel Jones. And just looking at the money, 1 year, $14 million. Yeah. It's got an upside to get up to like 17 or so. It's really not a lot of money. It's not a lot of risk. It's 1 year. The guy was in the playoffs a couple of years ago, so there's something there. He can run. He can kind of make the best of things if they're not going well. He also went through the same sort of learning to play the game in Minnesota last year, and just the risk there is so small that if I had one of the moves that was available to John, it's the only other one I think he could have gone down the road. You're not going to spend $40 million on Justin Fields. He's broken. That doesn't make sense. I'm not the biggest Daniel Jones fan, don't get me wrong, but I think that had the ability to either go great or go poorly, and that I think would have probably been equal to what they did with Darnold.
I wonder if this was in these moves, but Sam over him, I think that's really good context, and a really good point is maybe this is a little bit of a tell 40 days from now.
Yeah.
That if you go Daniel Jones 1 year for 14, if you really like Jackson Dart.
Yeah, maybe. That's a good point.
Versus or you love one of these guys.
Yeah, but also he makes sense if you really like one of the guys in next year's draft, because if it doesn't work, you're out of it, and you can probably get one of the guys in next year's draft too. So again, I'm not saying they should have gone down that road. I don't feel strongly enough to say it.
Yeah.
But if there was one other quarterback move in retrospect, that's probably the one. $14 million for 1 year. No commitment, gives you a ton of opportunity and flexibility.
You got to be careful about Duke quarterbacks.
Do you?
Yeah.
I don't think he's very good, but that's not necessarily the worst thing in the world either. Give me some trash takes.
Get it together. Don't look like trash.
Trash takes.
It's a bunch of trash.
Oh, gosh. I thought it was trash.
On Brock and Salk.
That's a terrible take.
All right, Trash Takes is where Brock and Maura and Lyle each present the trashest take they've heard all week long. And the Trash Master, the king of trash takes over here, I get to play judge.
And what are we, like 2-2-1? Maura's 1-2. I've won 2. Lyle's
I haven't
1-1.
been keeping score.
Another board op 1-1. I think we're 2-2-1.
Who's only 1-1? Lyle?
Uh-huh.
Lyle, get it together. Come on.
Yeah.
Need some better trash takes. All right, well, then, Lyle, you go first today.
All right, how about this? Hi, Song Kim. Oh, wait, I was right about that. Sorry. That'd be elite takes. Sorry, let me.
Make me vomit.
I like it.
All right, so this popped up on Twitter this week, and I don't even remember this being a thing, but I'll circle back to it here because the caption is, they made people pay real money to read this. And usually I like Pro Football Focus, and I think they do a lot of good stuff.
Pay real money?
But the piece in the article here says, and again, you have to pay to get behind a paywall to read this. Don't fall in love with the 2019 college production of Justin Jefferson, is what they said.
This was way back then?
Yeah, this was before the NFL draft,
This
aka
is cold takes.
Yeah.
Hey, Maura, just let him go.
Okay.
I mean,
Maura, just let him go.
Justin Jefferson, for reference, caught 111 passes that year at LSU for 1,500 yards and 18 touchdowns, only for the Eagles to have this absolutely gaping need at wide receiver and draft Jalen Reagor, who then later went on in his career to sign to the Vikings practice squad and sit behind Justin Jefferson. Yeah, that's a pretty trash take.
What brought that up?
Somebody resurfaced it. I don't know.
Was it cold takes?
It actually
Exposed?
wasn't cold takes. It was just some NFL Twitter account.
Wow. All right.
Not great.
So Lyle goes back to 2019, Justin Jefferson.
That makes sense.
It's an interesting move. Brock, what do you have?
Did you see what our gal, the Barbie, Prince? What she call herself? The rebounding machine, Reese.
Oh, Angel Reese?
Yeah. See what Angel had to say this week?
I did not. What did Angel Reese have to say? That's usually interesting.
Yeah. Here we go.
But the women coming in, not this year, but next year, because the ones coming in this year will still be on the rookie contract again. Mm-hmm. The ones the year after, they gonna get more. They probably gonna be making more than us.
No, they are.
I'm hurt.
They are. I've been in the meetings. They are.
I need to get in the. I need to get in the field.
You need to come to the meeting.
I gotta get in the meetings because I'm hearing they don't give us. If y'all don't give us what we want, we sitting out.
That's a possibility for real.
Yeah.
We all did it.
Yeah, the CBA is coming up. I can't wait.
Oh, Angel Reese gonna lock out, sit out, hold out.
Well, it doesn't sound like she is. It sounds like the union is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Brock going with Angel Reese.
Oh, I can't even listen to her.
I know you don't like her.
Oh, just fingernails on the chalkboard. You know what, Angel? It ain't about you. It's not about you. It's whatever Caitlin Clark wants to do. That's kind of where the thing's going to go. So why don't you just shh and go brick some more lay-ins? Shh. You just need to shh.
All right. Maura, let me just give you a hint here. This is yours for the taking.
All right.
This is yours for the taking, Maura.
What?
This is yours for the taking if you can
I'm doing
deliver
one-
with your trash take this week.
I'm doing one without sound this week, too.
Oh, wow.
I found an ESPN article this morning from Ben Solak, and he did kind of some unconventional awards. There's the best matches that were the result of free agency. There's an office-themed award in here.
Okay.
It's one. Yeah. There's a quarterback-proof award, but he gave this award to the Seahawks, the Universally Panned Move Award. Apparently, he thinks that everyone hated the Sam Darnold trade. He says every year there's one big franchise-altering move made that gets near universal negative coverage. Think the Falcons drafting Michael Penix Jr. just over a month after signing Kirk Cousins to a huge deal. The initial shock value, total confusion. Sure, there's a way to talk yourself into the move a day later, and by the end of the 2024 season, it made far more sense. But at the time, it caught almost nothing but heat. The early contender for that 2025 most generally disliked move award is the Seahawks plan at quarterback. And then He says, if you want to squint your eyes and see the upside, you can say Darnold is 7 years younger than Smith, will certainly have a less costly contract than Smith. But the problem is that the squinting perspective misses the forest from the trees. It's extremely unlikely Darnold performs as good or better in Seattle than he did in Minnesota because Seattle's offensive nucleus is dreadful compared to Minnesota's unit. That is why the move is universally panned. It only makes sense if an observer is willing to entertain the likelihood that Darnold is substantially better than Smith. And every observer, national NFL analyst, Seahawks fan, and anyone in between has an abundance of evidence that he is not.
Wow.
It's a long take.
All right. Well, more wins. Let me start there. More wins.
You're just biased.
I'm not biased.
You're totally biased.
I'm not. More wins.
We're going to hold out. We don't get what our worth is.
Would you
haven't made money in 30 years.
I'm going to get to your take in a moment. I want to first state that more wins, and it really wasn't all that close. The problem with Ben Solak's take there is that he's missing, like, he's right. Seattle's offensive nucleus compared to Minnesota's.
Right? It's a mix. It's mixed reviews. It's not universally panned, so his premise is wrong.
But he's right. Seattle's offensive nucleus now compared to Minnesota's is not close.
That part's right.
Minnesota's is much better. What I think he doesn't add to his statement there is part of the reason you would go from Geno to Darnold and move on from DK is to try to improve that nucleus through younger, cheaper, better players at more important positions. So I feel like he started to get it, but then drifted way off course and didn't bring it back around.
It's longer than what I read. I think he leaves room for that possibility, but he's not buying it.
Well, I'm taking that as my trash take. Lyle, 2019, I can't even remember that long ago. What were you, 7? Like, cares what they said in 2019.
Well, you can't have that take in 2019.
Yes, you can.
Well,
people get stuff wrong like that all the time. That's predicting the future.
Wow, that's the worst trash take in these 8 seconds.
Totally agree. So. I don't want to hear stuff from 2019.
Well, it resurfaced yesterday.
But Brock, I gotta say, I really I don't understand. Angel Reese is saying that she wants to get paid, and they might hold out. How is that a trash take?
Oh, because she hasn't gotten her worth.
Oh, I think that they all think that. I think that's sort of a common view.
You keep saying that she said I'm going to hold
I really
Everything
didn't hear
was
it that way.
And I heard
I think you just don't like
hold
her.
up.
I think yours is the trash take.
Oh, wow.
How about that?
Great.
Someone said the trash take should have been Salk not knowing Geno Smith's number this week.
What was his number again?
Bigger trash take is Salk didn't know that Mooney speaks in English.
I knew his English was rapidly improving, but I was impressed when I saw him the other day. He was great.
Far the trashiest thing of the day.
Jeez. Great.
Now we're all just mad at each other.
Brock's mad because he hates Angel Reese, and I don't agree with him on this. And so now he's just trying to lash out at me. I defended you on the text toy, too.
Fine.
Somebody was very mad at you and your political views and said that I should start my own show without you.
Oh, nice.
I said I tried that.
I didn't even make a political view. Where did I make a political view?
It's like I tried that. It was a lot more fun with Brock. And then I said you were a wonderful person, even through our differences, and I wouldn't want to do a show with anybody else.
Oh, that's sweet.
How about that?
I appreciate it.
We got to go. Bump and Stacy are up next.
What day is
and how do you treat me? I say these nice things about you. And what do? You point out my mistakes.
Tough love. He just wants you to be
Is that what it is? Tough love. All right, we got to get out of here. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Tom Pelissero on the show tomorrow at 8:30.
Oh, I think so.
I think so. That'll be pretty good. Bump and Stacy up next. The Hay
Barn.
See you, everybody.
Get to the chopper!
Seattle Sports, your home for Bump and Stacy. Weekdays 10 to 2.
A massive weekend for the Seattle Seahawks. We have basically a new look team to talk about. Bump, when I left the office on Friday, Geno Smith was still on the team. DK Metcalf was still on the team. And here we are now talking about a team without both of these guys. What was your reaction to the news?
I was shocked. It was interesting, but now I'm looking at this ball club and I'm thinking, no Geno, no DK. What is this thing going to look like?
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Jason Rance here with our local tax expert and advocate Greg Nunn from Nunn Better Tax Resolution. So, Greg, not all tax resolution companies are the same. There are some that are definitely not local. There are others that don't quite know what they're doing even.
Well, I tell you, these ads that all of us hear, Fresh Start program, they make you feel like, hey, man, I can just easy peasy get my taxes written off. No. And I've had several clients actually come to me after going through that process, and they just get no response after a while. They're passed around from person to person. That doesn't happen at my firm.
You are familiar with the cases that come in. You're working on them.
I'm familiar with every case that comes into our office. And I know what's going on and have the ability to really advise our taxpayers very well on what to do.
If you're having trouble with the IRS, then call Greg Nunn. None Better Tax Resolution, from stress to success with IRS Solutions. 425-947-1967 or Google NUNN. None Better Tax Resolution.
Hey, Brock Hewitt here for my friends at PCF Group, or People Come First Construction Group, and that's exactly what they did when we made the call a couple years ago. We wanted to redo our outdoor space, wanted to add a deck, and outdoor living, and television, and a kitchen, and PCF Group, wow, they more than delivered. And if you're interested in building a stunning outdoor area like we did, I cannot recommend them enough. Reach out before the good weather arrives, and their schedule, well, it's going to fill up. So whether you're looking for a complete outdoor living space or a very specific project like an underdeck ceiling, deck, patio cover, railings, PCF has you covered. Design now and pay later. In fact, get 12 months, no interest and no payments, and up to $6,000 off and a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Request a complimentary design and estimate consultation at 425-629-8476 or project ideas. Explore photos at pcfgroup.com. That's 425-629-8476.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Hello. Welcome to Lee Johnson Auto Family. This is King. This organization's a special one. They call it the Lee Johnson Auto Family, and it's not just a name, it's not just some cliche. They foster an environment for us to become a family, to work together, to really become close, and they show us in a lot of different ways that they do value us. Is it perfect? No place is. But I've been very thankful to be here in the almost 10 years and have every plan to stay here for a lot longer and just watch it continue to grow.
He's fun and professional, which explains why so many people visiting Lee Johnson Kia ask for him by name. The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
It is that time of year, homeowners. You start thinking about that roof with all of the rain coming, and you wonder, do I need a new roof? Do I need a repair? Or even what is happening up there? Well, I was thinking the same thing, so I had Asset Roofing come out and do a full inspection for me, and they were extremely professional. The communication was great every step of the way, and the best part is they sent me a detailed report with pictures showing me what they saw and gave me the recommendations. And what you really need is an expert on your side, and Asset Roofing is on my side. Allow them to work for you too, especially if your home is surrounded by trees like mine is, which leads to the moss growth that was happening. Your roof is supposed to last upwards of 20 years, so a yearly inspection is a very small price to pay for adding to the lifespan of your roof, saving you big money down the road and giving you peace of mind. Find out more at AssetRoofingCo.com. That's AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Ladies, and you guys too, have you noticed visible signs of aging, those deep wrinkles, fine lines, and facial creases stealing your youthful glow? Sagging skin, crow's feet, and loss of facial contour are all natural effects of aging, but you no longer have to let them define your appearance. Introducing the New Skin Lift, the groundbreaking facelift led by Dr. Brian Scott. The advanced New Skin Lift addresses key signs of facial aging for women and men, restoring natural youthful contours. Whether it's replenishing volume lost over time or lifting the skin to smooth out those creases, the New Skin Lift can help you look 10 to 20 years younger with both surgical and non-surgical options. It's Hollywood's best kept secret and now available to you. Get a free consultation and save $250 off your New Skin facelift. Schedule at newskinlift.com or 206-222-1225. Look 10 to 20 years younger and restore your youthful appearance with the New Skin facelift. newskinlift.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Seahawks made their second signing of free agency, and it addresses a big area of need. Per Tom Pelissero, veteran wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling will sign with Seattle on a one-year deal worth up to $5.5 million. The Chiefs created a bit of cap room this morning by restructuring contracts of Patrick Mahomes and Chris Jones, two of their highest-priced players, freeing up nearly $50 million. This is the fourth time Mahomes has reworked his contract.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Opening the show today with some breaking news already. Free agency. We're getting going, and we have another Seahawks signing. Offensive lineman Josh Jones was yesterday. Today, addressing another area of need. Veteran wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling is signing with the Seahawks on a one-year deal worth up to $5.5 million. That from NFL Network's Tom Pelissero. Bump. Wide receiver was obviously an area of need for Seattle. I don't know that either of us expected them to go after big-ticket names.
No.
I know a lot of fans were hoping for Godwin before he re-signed, hoping for Diggs, who's still out there. What do you make of this one?
No, I like it. I'm not mad at this. People are going to be underwhelmed. They're not going to be extremely excited about this, but this is the type of receiver that you need. 6'4", 206 pounds. Has had some decent years, right? He's never had that 1,000-yard season. The most he's had was with the Green Bay Packers in 2020. He had 690 for 6 touchdowns, and we know that he won a Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs. So, no, I like this signing because it provides competition for Jake Bobo and Derek Young. I still think Marquez gets the nod, but you have a big outside receiver that can hold safeties responsible and could be a nice little tandem. I'm not expecting him to go for 1,000 yards. I don't think you need that out of this type of receiver, but what I do like, Jason has some help right now. Some young guys and Jake Bobo can compete, and I guarantee you they're going to grab a receiver in the draft.
Absolutely.
Nice combination. You got a third-year guy, a 7-year veteran, and then some young guys to compete.
Look, I can already promise you, Bump, and you know this as well. There are some people that are going to be looking up Marquez's stats. I'm just going to say MVS, shorten this. They're going to be looking up MVS's stats, and they're going to go, okay, this doesn't blow me away. Like, Tyler Lockett was a fan favorite. I loved what he did. He finished his second all-time franchise history in a number of receiving categories. DK Metcalf was a game changer. He may not have been a top 5, wide receiver, but God, was he like a commanding presence on the field. Maybe Marquez isn't really that, but here's the thing, and this is kind of the conversation that we had actually planned on getting to, so it's fitting that the first signing kind of fits into this. The Seahawks have not really attacked free agency in the way that people have ever wanted them to attack free agency. I know that earlier in the week, there were a lot of people upset that the Seahawks weren't one of the teams that were either very clearly in on Will Fries or certainly the team that signed him. That would be the Minnesota Vikings at $18 million per. That's a contract I would have been comfortable giving a really good veteran guard who could fill in right away. The Seahawks couldn't sign him. But, Bump, I don't think the Seahawks have ever approached free agency that way, which is both a critique and a defense. I've got a list of some signings that the Seahawks have made, key signings, from 2017 and on. When there's a signing that you feel is impactful, let me know. Okay. Right. 2017, Michael Wilhoit, Eddie Lacy, Luke Jokel, Bradley McDougall.
You got some years out of McDougall.
You got years out of
McDougall.
Deion Jordan, Troy Maine Pope.
All right, we can move on from that.
18. Barkevius Mingo.
Special team specialist.
Sure. Ed Dixon.
All right.
DJ Fluker.
Got some years out of him.
Mike Davis as a backup. You got some years.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Johnson. Shamar Stephan. Jerron Brown. Maurice Alexander. Akeem King, 2019. Ziggy Ansah. Cassius Marsh. Nate Orchard. Mike Upati.
Mike Upati got some years.
Jason Myers.
Yep, got some good ones.
2020, Philip Dorsett II.
Disappointed in that one.
Chance Warmack, B.J. Finney, Cedric Abuehi, Brandon Shell, Greg Olson.
Curtis's boy.
21, Akello Witherspoon, Gerald Everett, Kerry Hyder Jr. 22, Uchenna, okay. Artie Burns, Austin Blythe, Quentin Jefferson, Geno Smith, maybe the best free agent signing they've ever made. I will give them props for that.
Give Uchenna some love.
Uchenna some love. 23, Devin Bush, Dre Jones.
Decent couple years.
Julian Love.
Pro
Okay,
bowler.
that's a good one. Evan Brown. 24, Pharaoh Brown, Tyrell